In my line of work, you learn that light is a physical tool as tangible as a shovel or a radio. I am a lead investigator for the Bureau of Land Management, specializing in high altitude light refraction and thermal anomalies. People often assume that the wilderness is a place of absolute darkness, but they are wrong. The forest at night is a complex map of silhouettes and gradients. My job is to measure the way light interacts with the topography to ensure that aircraft and rescue teams have accurate visibility data. I have spent 15 years documenting how the sun hits the granite peaks of the Sierra Nevada. I have seen every trick the atmosphere can play. I have seen sun dogs and moon bows and the green flash that happens when the sun dips below a clear horizon. None of those things are supernatural. They are physics. They are predictable. They follow the laws of optics. The incident began on a Tuesday in late October. I was stationed at a remote observation post near the base of a canyon known locally as the Devil Throat. The elevation was 9,400 feet. The air was thin and dry. At this height, the atmosphere loses its ability to scatter blue light effectively, so the sky often looks like a deep bruised purple even in the middle of the afternoon. I was calibrating a high-precision light meter on a tripod. My task was to record the rate of shadow elongation as the sun passed behind the western ridge. This is a standard procedure used to map blind spots for low-flying helicopters. I stood on a flat slab of shale. The sun was exactly 10 degrees above the horizon. To my left, the shadows of the pine trees were stretched thin like long black fingers reaching across the gray stone. I looked down at my own shadow. It was a sharp, dark shape extending 12 feet to my right. I lifted my arm to check my watch. It was 4:45 in the afternoon. My shadow lifted its arm in perfect synchronization. I shifted my weight from my left foot to my right foot. My shadow shifted its weight accordingly. This is the fundamental contract of reality. The reflection must follow the source. The shadow must follow the object. I reached for my thermos of coffee. I took a sip and felt the heat move down my throat. I stood perfectly still for a moment to appreciate the silence of the high desert. There was no wind, there were no birds, there was only the sound of my own breathing inside the plastic shell of my cold weather gear. That was when I noticed the discrepancy. I was standing as still as the stone beneath my boots. I did not move a muscle. I did not blink. But the head of my shadow began to tilt. It was a slow, deliberate movement. The dark silhouette on the ground was no longer mimicking my posture. While I remained frozen, the shadow of my head leaned to the left. Then the shadow of my right arm began to rise. It did not rise in the way a human arm rises. It did not have the weight of bone or muscle. It slid across the shale like spilled ink. I watched with professional detachment at first because the brain often tries to solve a problem with logic before it admits to fear. I thought perhaps the sun was reflecting off a pocket of ice on the ridge, creating a secondary light source that distorted the projection. I looked up at the sun. It was a single orange disk. I looked at the trees. Their shadows were as rigid as iron. Only mine was moving. I dropped the thermos. It hit the rock with a hollow metallic clang. The coffee spilled out in a steaming brown pool. I did not look at the thermos. I watched the shadow. When I dropped the object, my shadow did not drop its version of the object. The silhouette of the thermos remained gripped in the silhouette of the hand. The shadow was now standing in a pose that was entirely different from my own. It was looking down at the spilled coffee with a posture of curiosity. I felt a cold sensation crawl up my spine that had nothing to do with the mountain air. I stepped back 3 paces. The shadow did not move with me. Usually when a person moves, their shadow moves in unison because the body is blocking the light. But as I backed away, the shadow remained anchored to the spot where I had been standing. It stayed stuck to the shale next to the spilled coffee. I was now 3 feet away from my own silhouette. The ground beneath my feet was brightly lit by the setting sun. I looked down at my boots. There was nothing there. I had no shadow. I was a physical body standing in direct sunlight, but I was casting no darkness. I looked back at the patch of stone where I had been standing. The shadow was still there. It was crouched down now. It was reaching out a dark hand to touch the shadow of the spilled coffee. It was an impossible sight. Shadows do not have depth, and they certainly do not have agency. I reached for my radio to call the base camp, but my hand shook so violently that I fumbled the device. I took a deep breath and forced myself to use my training. I am a scientist. I am an observer. I told myself that this was a visual hallucination caused by hypoxia. The thin air was depriving my brain of oxygen. I needed to descend to a lower altitude immediately. I turned away from the shadow and began to walk toward my truck. I did not run because running leads to mistakes on broken terrain. I kept my eyes on the path ahead. I could feel the sun on my back. It was a heavy, warm pressure. Every few seconds, I would glance down at the ground in front of me. There was nothing but the gray grit of the mountain. No matter how I angled my body, I could not produce a shadow. I reached the truck and pulled the door handle. The metal was cold. I climbed inside and locked the doors. I sat there for a full minute, breathing heavily. I looked into the side mirror. I could see the flat expanse of the shale where I had been working. The tripod was still there, the spilled coffee was there, and the shadow was still there. It was no longer crouched, it was standing up. It was facing the truck. Even though it was just a flat, dark shape on the ground, I could feel its attention. It began to walk. It did not walk like a human. It did not have the bounce of a stride. It glided across the uneven rocks like a dark liquid. It moved toward the truck with a steady, purposeful speed. I started the engine. The roar of the diesel motor gave me a momentary sense of security. I put the truck in gear and began to drive down the narrow switchbacks of the canyon road. I kept my eyes on the rearview mirror. The shadow reached the edge of the shale and transitioned onto the dirt road. It did not lose its definition. Even on the dusty brown earth, it remained a deep, absolute black. It was keeping pace with the truck. I pressed the accelerator. The truck bounced over ruts and stones. I was doing 40 miles per hour on a road rated for 15. I looked at the mirror again. The shadow was still there. It was not on the ground anymore. It had climbed onto the vertical wall of the canyon. It was sliding across the red rocks on the passenger side of the vehicle. It looked like a giant black cutout of a man pinned to the cliff. As the road curved, the shadow moved from the wall to the floor of the canyon and back to the wall. It was not limited by the geometry of the terrain. It ignored the laws of perspective. When it passed over a bush or a boulder, it did not deform. It maintained its perfect human shape as if it were projected by a film reel that only I could see. I drove for 6 miles without stopping. The sun finally dipped below the horizon. In the wilderness, this is the blue hour. The world becomes a monochromatic landscape of soft grays and deep blues. Usually this is when shadows disappear because the light is diffused. I pulled the truck onto a wide shoulder near an abandoned ranger station. I kept the engine running and the headlights on. The beams cut through the growing dark and illuminated the dust hanging in the air. I waited. I looked at the ground. I looked at the walls of the cabin. I saw nothing. The relief I felt was physical. I leaned my head against the steering wheel and closed my eyes. I told myself that the hallucination had passed. The sun was gone and therefore the shadow was gone. That is how physics works. But then I heard a sound. It was a soft, rhythmic tapping on the roof of the truck. It sounded like fingers, not the hard tap of a fingernail, but the soft thud of a pad of skin. Tap, tap, tap. I looked up at the ceiling of the cab. There was no one on the roof. I knew this because I would have felt the weight of a person. The truck did not tilt, the suspension did not compress, but the tapping continued. It moved from the roof to the rear window. I turned around slowly. The glass of the rear window was dusty. In the faint light of the dashboard, I saw a shape. It was a hand. It was not a physical hand. There was no flesh. There were no wrinkles. It was a flat black silhouette pressed against the glass from the outside. The hand was moving. It was tracing the outline of the window frame. I realized with a surge of horror that the shadow did not need a light source anymore. It had become independent of the sun. It had become a two-dimensional entity that could exist in a three-dimensional world. I shifted the truck into drive and floored it. The tires spun in the gravel before catching. I pushed the vehicle to its absolute limit. I did not look back. I drove until I reached the main highway, where the street lights provided a harsh, flickering orange glow. I pulled into a 24-hour gas station. There were people there. A trucker was pumping diesel. A teenager was coming out of the store with a bag of chips. The presence of other humans acted like an anchor. I stepped out of the truck and walked into the bright fluorescent light of the station's store. I went straight to the bathroom and splashed cold water on my face. I looked in the mirror. I looked tired. My eyes were bloodshot. But behind me on the white tiled wall, I saw it. My shadow was back. It was standing directly behind my reflection. It was not mimicking me. I was leaning over the sink with my hands on the porcelain. The shadow was standing straight up with its arms crossed. It was watching me. I turned around quickly. There was nothing between me and the wall. The wall was empty. I looked back at the mirror. The shadow was still there in the reflection. It leaned forward as if it were whispering into the ear of my reflection. I did not hear a voice in the room. I heard it inside my skull. It was my own voice, but the cadence was wrong. It sounded like a recording being played at the wrong speed. It said my name. It said it 3 times. It did not ask a question. It was a statement of fact. I ran out of the bathroom and back to my truck. I did not stop until I reached my home in the city. I locked every door. I turned on every light in the house. I sat in the middle of my living room with a flashlight in my hand. I am writing this because I need a record of the events. I am a professional witness. My job is to document the truth. The truth is that as I sit here under the glow of a 100-watt bulb, I can see my shadow on the rug. It is not attached to my feet. It is sitting in the armchair across from me. It is holding a shadow of a pen. It is mimicking my movements now, but there is a delay. It is watching me write. It is waiting for the lights to go out. I know that I cannot stay awake forever. I know that the power grid is not infallible. I know that eventually the sun will set and the bulbs will burn out. And when the world goes dark, the shadow will not be a silhouette anymore. It will be the only thing left. The fluorescent light in my living room hummed with a low frequency that vibrated in my teeth. I sat on the edge of my sofa with a heavy flashlight gripped in my right hand and a backup lantern resting on the coffee table. My house was a fortress of artificial illumination. I had replaced every bulb with the highest wattage allowed by the fixtures. The glare was blinding. It washed out the colors of my furniture and turned the walls into flat white planes of sterile light. In this environment, a shadow should be a sharp and predictable consequence of geometry. But the shape in the armchair was not following the rules of light. It sat with a stillness that was more profound than any human sleep. It was a hole in the world. It was a silhouette that had found a way to exist without a surface to rest upon. I watched the clock on the wall. It was 2:30 in the morning. I had not slept for 24 hours. My eyes felt as though they were filled with fine sand. Every time I blinked, the darkness of my eyelids felt like a trap. I was afraid that if I kept my eyes closed for more than a second, the shadow would move from the chair to the space directly behind my neck. I could see it in my peripheral vision. It did not have eyes or a mouth, but it possessed a quality of attention that I could feel on my skin. It was the same feeling you get when someone is staring at the back of your head in a crowded room. It was a pressure. It was a weight. I decided to test the boundaries of this phenomenon. I stood up slowly. My knees popped in the quiet room. As I rose, I watched the shadow in the chair. It did not mimic me this time. It remained seated. It leaned back and crossed its legs in a casual gesture that I often used when I was relaxed. This was the first time I had seen it take an action that was entirely independent of my current physical state. It was no longer a reflection. It was an inhabitant. I walked toward the kitchen to get a glass of water. I kept my back to the wall so that nothing could get behind me. As I moved, the shadow in the chair turned its head to follow my progress across the room. It was like watching a black ink stain migrate across a piece of paper. I reached the kitchen and turned on the overhead light. I also turned on the light under the stove and the small lamp on the counter. There were no dark corners here. I filled a glass with cold water and drank it in long gulps. I looked down at my feet. There was no shadow stretching across the linoleum. The light from 3 different directions should have created 3 distinct shadows of varying intensity. Instead, there was nothing. I was a ghost in my own kitchen. I was a physical object that the light passed through as if I were made of glass. I reached out and touched the countertop. It was solid. I felt the grain of the wood. I felt the coldness of the tile. I was real, but the light no longer recognized my presence. I walked back to the living room. The shadow was gone from the armchair. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. I scanned the room with the flashlight. I swung the beam across the ceiling and the floor. I checked behind the curtains. I looked under the table. The room was empty. For a moment, I felt a surge of hope. Perhaps the entity was tied to the location of the canyon. Perhaps it had finally dissipated under the intensity of the city lights. I sat back down on the sofa and let out a long breath. I closed my eyes for just a moment to rest them. That was when I felt the cold. It was not the cold of a draft or a failing furnace. It was a localized drop in temperature that felt like a block of dry ice was being held inches away from my chest. I opened my eyes and looked down. The shadow was not on the wall or the floor, it was on me. It was draped over my lap like a heavy black blanket. It had no weight, but I could feel its texture. It felt like the absence of sensation. It was a void that was draining the heat from my body. I tried to stand up, but my legs felt heavy and sluggish. The shadow began to crawl up my torso. It moved with a fluid grace that was sickening to behold. It was not touching my clothes. It was merging with them. The blue fabric of my shirt turned a deep, lightless black as the shadow passed over it. I grabbed the flashlight and pointed it directly at my own chest. The beam hit the shadow point blank. In any normal circumstance, the light would have washed away the darkness. But the shadow absorbed the light. The beam simply vanished into the blackness on my chest as if I were pointing the flashlight into a deep well. I began to panic. I scrambled off the sofa and ran toward the front door. I needed to be outside. I needed to be under the streetlights where there were other people. I fumbled with the locks. My fingers were numb. The cold was spreading into my arms and down into my stomach. It felt as though my internal organs were being packed in snow. I burst out the door and onto the sidewalk. The night air was cool, but it felt warm compared to the shadow. I ran down the center of the street. The orange glow of the high-pressure sodium lamps lined the road like a series of sentinels. I looked down at the pavement as I ran. I still had no shadow. I reached a busy intersection where a gas station and a 24-hour grocery store provided a sanctuary of light. I stood in the middle of the parking lot, gasping for air. A car pulled in to get gas. The driver looked at me with a confused expression. I must have looked like a madman. I was wearing a tattered shirt and no shoes, and I was shivering in the middle of a clear autumn night. I walked toward the glass doors of the grocery store. I could see my reflection in the large panes of glass. I looked for the shadow. It was not on my chest anymore. It was standing 10 feet behind me on the asphalt. It was perfectly still. It was watching the cars go by. It seemed curious about the environment. It reached out a long, dark arm and touched the bumper of a parked car. Where the shadow touched the metal, the paint seemed to dull and lose its luster. The shadow was not just a visual anomaly. It was a consumer of energy. It was a parasite that fed on the vibrancy of the world. I realized then that I could not stay in the city. If this thing followed me, it would eventually drain everything around me. I thought of my neighbors and the people in the store. I thought of the way the shadow had looked at the coffee in the canyon and the way it was now investigating the objects of civilization. It was learning. It was adapting to a world of 3 dimensions. I had to go back to the canyon. I had to go back to the Devil Throat where this had started. There was a logic to the universe that I did not yet understand, but I knew that the answer lay in the place where the light had first failed. I walked back to my house with a sense of grim purpose. The shadow followed me at a distance of exactly 10 feet. It mirrored my pace. When I stopped, it stopped. When I turned a corner, it glided around the edge of the buildings with a silent efficiency. I went into my garage and got into my truck. I did not look in the rearview mirror. I knew it was back there. I knew it was sitting in the bed of the truck or perhaps pinned to the back window. I started the engine and began the long drive back toward the Sierra Nevada. As I drove, the city lights faded away and the deep darkness of the wilderness returned. I watched the odometer, 10 miles, 20 miles, 50 miles. The higher I climbed into the mountains, the more the shadow seemed to grow in strength. I could feel it pressing against the back of my seat. It was a coldness that seeped through the upholstery and into my spine. I turned the heater up to its maximum setting, but it did nothing to stave off the chill. The air coming out of the vents was hot, but the space behind my back was an absolute zero. I reached the trailhead for the Devil Throat just as the first light of dawn began to gray the eastern sky. This was the moment I had been waiting for. In the transition between night and day, there is a period of time where the light is perfectly balanced. I stepped out of the truck. The shadow was already there standing on the gravel. It looked different in the pre-dawn light. It was less like a flat cutout and more like a silhouette made of smoke. It had a 3-dimensional quality that it had lacked before. It was becoming more substantial as the sun prepared to rise. I began to hike up the trail toward the flat slab of shale where I had been working 2 days ago. My breath came in ragged gasps. The altitude was making my head swim. I reached the spot just as the sun broke over the eastern ridge. The light hit the canyon walls and turned the granite into a brilliant burning gold. I stood on the slab of shale and waited. I looked down at my feet. The sun was at my back. A shadow should have been stretching out in front of me toward the canyon floor. The shadow did not appear in front of me. It was standing to my side. It was not attached to my boots. It stood independently on the rock looking out over the edge of the Devil Throat. It seemed to be admiring the view. I walked toward it. I was no longer afraid. I was exhausted and I was filled with a cold scientific curiosity. I wanted to know what happened when a shadow met its source. I reached out my hand to touch the shoulder of the shadow. As my hand entered the space occupied by the darkness, I felt a sensation of profound vertigo. It was as if the world had been flipped inside out. I was no longer standing on the mountain. I was standing in a place of absolute silence and absolute dark. There was no wind. There was no sound of my own heart. I was a point of consciousness floating in a void. And then I saw the light. It was not the light of the sun. It was a light that came from within things. I saw the mountain not as a collection of rocks and trees, but as a complex network of energy and vibration. I saw the canyon as a deep scar in the fabric of reality. I realized then that the shadow was not an enemy. It was a displaced piece of the world. It was a part of the landscape that had become detached from the physical laws of our dimension. It had latched onto me because I was the only thing in the canyon that possessed a coherent internal light. I was a beacon in a place where the rules were breaking down. I understood that the shadow did not want to hurt me. It wanted to be part of something again. It wanted to be anchored to the world of matter. I focused my mind on the sensation of the sun on my back. I visualized the warmth of the light hitting my skin. I felt the connection between my body and the ground. I reached out with my internal light and wrapped it around the shadow. I pulled it toward me. I felt a sudden snap like a rubber band breaking. The vertigo vanished. I was standing on the shale slab. The sun was high enough now to be uncomfortably bright. I looked down at my feet. My shadow was back. It was a sharp, dark shape extending across the gray stone. It was perfectly synchronized with my movements. I lifted my arm. The shadow lifted its arm. I shifted my weight. The shadow shifted its weight. The contract of reality had been restored, but as I looked closer, I noticed something. The shadow was not exactly the same as it had been before. It was darker. It was an absolute black that seemed to pull at the light around it. And when I looked at the reflection of my eyes in the blade of my pocket knife, I saw that my pupils were no longer round. They were jagged and irregular like the silhouette of a mountain ridge. I packed up my equipment and walked back to the truck. The air felt different now. It felt thin and fragile, as if it could tear at any moment. I drove down the mountain and back toward the city. I did not feel the cold anymore. In fact, I felt a strange sense of vitality. I felt as though I were seeing the world in higher resolution. Every leaf and every stone was vibrant and clear. I reached the highway and merged with the morning traffic. I looked at the other drivers. I saw their shadows stretching out behind their cars. I saw the way their shadows flickered and changed as they passed under the bridges. I knew then that I was not the only one. I began to notice discrepancies in the shadows of other people. I saw a woman at a rest stop whose shadow had 3 arms. I saw a dog whose shadow was the shape of a wolf. I saw a child whose shadow was already the size of a grown man. The world was full of these anomalies. Most people did not notice because they did not look. They assumed that the reflection must follow the source. They assumed that the laws of physics were static and unchanging. They were wrong. I am back at my desk now. I am writing this final report for the Bureau of Land Management. I will tell them that the light levels in the Devil Throat are within normal parameters. I will tell them that there are no thermal anomalies to report. I will lie to them because the truth is too heavy for a government file. The truth is that the light is changing. The atmosphere is losing its ability to hold the world together. The shadows are becoming restless. They are tired of being tethered to our bodies. They are tired of being flat and silent. I look at my own shadow on the wall of my office. It is sitting perfectly still while I type, but I can feel its thoughts. I can feel its hunger for the dark. It is waiting for the next sunset. It is waiting for the moment when the lights fail for good. And I know that when that day comes, I will not be afraid. I will simply step into the dark and let my shadow lead the way. We are no longer 2 separate things. We are a single entity caught between the light and the void. I have spent 15 years documenting the way the sun hits the granite peaks of the Sierra Nevada. I thought I was measuring the world. I realize now that I was only measuring the skin of the world. The real substance is in the darkness. The real truth is in the silhouette. I close my eyes and I can see the mountain even in the dark. I can see the canyon. I can see the end of the light. It is beautiful. It is perfect. It is coming. The report lay finished on my desk, but the words felt like hollow shells. I had documented the light levels and the geological stability of the Devil Throat with a precision that was entirely fraudulent. The truth was not something that could be captured in a government ledger or measured by a light meter. The truth was currently sitting in the corner of my office. My shadow had detached itself from the base of my chair and was now standing against the bookshelves. It was taller than it should have been. It reached all the way to the ceiling, and its long dark fingers were tracing the spines of my reference books. It was as if it were reading the titles through the texture of the paper. It was looking for something that the human eye could not perceive. I watched it for a long time. I did not feel the terror that had gripped me in the living room or the panic that had sent me running through the city streets. That fear had been replaced by a heavy and ancient recognition. I was the host and the shadow was the guest, but the roles were beginning to blur. I stood up and walked toward the window. The sun was beginning to dip below the horizon of the city skyline. The glass of the high-rise buildings caught the orange light and reflected it back in a blinding mosaic of fire and steel. In any other year, I would have found this beautiful. I would have noted the angle of the sun and the way the shadows of the skyscrapers stretched across the park like long cooling fingers. Now I only saw the fragility of the arrangement. The light was a thin veneer. It was a temporary condition. The darkness was the default state of the universe. I looked down at the street level. The people below were scurrying toward their homes. They were rushing to turn on their lamps and their televisions. They were trying to push back the night with 1,000 tiny artificial suns. They did not understand that the night was not outside. The night was already in the room with them. It was pinned to their heels. It was following them into their kitchens and their bedrooms. I felt a sudden and intense need to leave the office. The air in the building felt stagnant and overprocessed. I grabbed my jacket and headed for the elevator. My shadow followed me. It did not slide along the floor. It moved through the air like a veil of smoke. When the elevator doors opened, I stepped inside. There was another man already there. He was wearing a gray suit and carrying a leather briefcase. He looked tired. He did not look at me. He kept his eyes fixed on the glowing floor numbers. I looked at his feet. His shadow was normal. It was a gray smudge on the carpeted floor of the elevator. It was attached to his shoes. It moved when he moved. It was a slave to his physical form. I felt a surge of pity for him. He was still anchored to the old world. He was still a prisoner of the light. As the elevator descended, I watched the shadow of the man. It seemed to shiver. It was as if the presence of my own shadow was causing it distress. My shadow was leaning against the back wall of the elevator. It was much darker than the shadow of the man. It was a hole in the space. It was a lack of everything. The man in the gray suit suddenly reached up and rubbed the back of his neck. He looked around the small space with a frown. He could feel the cold. He could feel the drop in temperature that always accompanied the presence of the independent dark. He shifted his weight and looked at me. His eyes were wide. He did not see my shadow because he was not looking for it, but he knew that something was wrong. He knew that the air in the elevator had become heavy and difficult to breathe. He got off at the 4th floor even though we were heading for the lobby. He practically ran out of the doors. I reached the lobby and walked out into the cool evening air. The streetlights were flickering to life. They hummed with that same low frequency that I had heard in my living room. I began to walk toward the park. I wanted to see how the shadow reacted to the natural world of the city. I wanted to see if it would interact with the trees and the grass. As I walked, I noticed that my perception was continuing to shift. The colors of the world were becoming muted. The greens of the park were turning to shades of charcoal. The blue of the sky was a deep and bruised purple, but the details were sharper than ever. I could see the individual veins in the leaves of the oak trees. I could see the microscopic cracks in the pavement. I was seeing the world through the eyes of the shadow. I was seeing the architecture of the void. I sat down on a wooden bench near a small pond. The water was still and black. It looked like a sheet of obsidian. My shadow sat down next to me. It did not sit on the bench. It sat in the air beside me. It leaned forward and stared into the water. I looked into the pond as well. I did not see my reflection. I saw an opening. I saw a tunnel of darkness that stretched down into the earth for miles. The water was not a surface. It was a portal. I realized then that the Devil Throat was not unique. There were places all over the world where the fabric was thin. There were places where the light had failed long ago and the shadows had been allowed to grow and multiply. These places were hidden in plain sight. They were in the middle of parks and in the corners of old buildings and in the depths of the ocean. I reached out my hand and touched the surface of the water. It was not wet. It was cold and dry like the shadow itself. My fingers did not break the surface. They merged with it. I felt a pull. The pond wanted me to come inside. It wanted me to join the silence. I pulled my hand back. I was not ready for that yet. I still had a role to play. I was a professional witness. I had to document the transition. I had to record the way the world ended. I stood up and began to walk back toward my apartment. The shadow followed me. It seemed satisfied. It had shown me the truth of the water. It had shown me that the earth was hollow and filled with the dark. When I arrived at my apartment, I did not turn on the lights. I did not need them anymore. I could see perfectly well in the dark. The furniture was outlined in a faint silver glow. The walls were shimmering with a low energy. I went to the kitchen and opened a bottle of wine. I poured a glass and sat at the table. I watched the shadow move around the room. It was exploring the space. It touched the curtains and they turned black. It touched the television and the screen became a mirror of the void. It was claiming the territory. It was making the apartment its own. I drank the wine and felt the warmth spread through my chest. It was the only warmth left in my body. My skin was cold to the touch. My breath was a faint mist in the air even though the heater was still running. I realized that I was changing on a cellular level. The light was no longer able to sustain me. I was becoming a creature of the transition. I was the bridge between the world of matter and the world of the silhouette. I wondered how long it would take for the process to be complete. I wondered if I would eventually lose my physical form entirely. Would I become a shadow myself? Would I be forced to find a host? I looked at my hands. They were pale and translucent. I could see the bones beneath the skin. I could see the dark blood flowing through my veins. It was not red anymore. It was the color of ink. I went to the bedroom and lay down on the bed. I did not close my eyes. I did not want to miss the moment when the last of the light vanished. The shadow lay down next to me. It was a heavy presence. It felt like a lead weight being placed on my limbs. I felt a sense of peace. The struggle was over. The resistance was gone. I was no longer fighting the dark. I was embracing it. I thought about the report I had written. I thought about the people at the Bureau of Land Management. They would read my words and they would believe them. They would think that the Devil Throat was just another canyon in a vast and empty wilderness. They would not know that the wilderness was coming for them. They would not know that the shadows were already in their offices and their homes. I felt a vibration in the floor. It was a low and rhythmic thudding. It sounded like a giant heart beating deep within the earth. It was the sound of the mountain. It was the sound of the Devil Throat. It was calling to me. It was calling to all of the shadows. The transition was accelerating. The balance was tipping. I closed my eyes and I saw the world as it truly was. I saw the sun as a dying ember. I saw the stars as tiny holes in a black curtain. I saw the humans as flickering sparks that were about to be extinguished. And I saw the shadows as the true heirs of the universe. We were the beginning and we were the end. We were the silence that remained when the noise of the light was gone. I fell into a deep and dreamless sleep. It was not the sleep of a human. It was the sleep of a stone. It was the sleep of the void. When I woke up, the sun was rising, but it did not matter. The light did not reach me. I was in the center of a perfect and absolute darkness. I was the shadow, and the shadow was me. I stood up and walked to the window. I looked out at the city. The buildings were still there, but they were ghosts. They were shells of a forgotten civilization. The people were still there, but they were shadows of themselves. I smiled. It was a jagged and irregular smile. I walked out of the apartment and into the hallway. I did not need the elevator. I did not need the stairs. I simply moved through the space. I was the dark. I was the truth. And the world was finally ready to be seen. I walked through the streets of the city and I watched the people. They were still trying to live their lives. They were still buying groceries and driving cars and talking on their phone. They did not see me. I was the shadow in the alleyway. I was the darkness under the bridge. I was the cold spot in the room. I was everywhere and I was nowhere. I felt a sense of immense power. I was no longer limited by the laws of physics. I was no worked by the constraints of time. I was eternal. I was the witness of the end. I headed back toward the mountains. I wanted to be there when the final curtain fell. I wanted to be at the Devil Throat when the light finally died. I drove my truck through the desert. The landscape was beautiful in its desolation. The cacti were like skeletal hands reaching for the sky. The mountains were like jagged teeth biting into the purple air. I reached the trailhead and I began to hike. I did not feel the fatigue. I did not feel the thinness of the air. I was part of the mountain now. I was part of the stone. I reached the shale slab and I sat down. I waited. The sun was setting for the last time. I could feel it in the air. The energy of the light was fading. The vibration of the earth was growing stronger. The heart of the mountain was thumping in my own chest. I looked out over the canyon. The shadows were rising from the depth. They were climbing the walls of the Devil Throat. They were coming home. They were filling the space with their silence. They were reclaiming the world. I watched as the last sliver of the sun disappeared behind the ridge. The light vanished. There was no twilight, there was no afterglow, there was only the dark. It was a thick and heavy darkness. It was a darkness that you could feel on your skin. It was a darkness that you could taste in your mouth. I stood up and I opened my arms. I let the darkness wash over me. I let it fill my lungs. I let it become my soul. I was the professional witness. I was the documenter of the truth, and the truth was that the light was a lie. The darkness was the only thing that was real. The darkness was the only thing that would last. I began to walk down into the canyon. I did not need a path. I did not need a flashlight. I was the darkness. I was the way. I moved through the rocks and the trees like a ghost. I reached the bottom of the Devil Throat. I stood in the center of the canyon floor. I looked up at the stars, but they were gone. The sky was a solid vault of black. I was alone, but I was not lonely. I was part of the whole. I was the witness. I was the shadow. I was the end, and it was good. It was finally quiet. It was finally dark. The world was at rest. The light had been a long and noisy dream, but the dream was over. The silence had returned. The void had won. I sat down on the cold sand and I waited for the next cycle to begin. I waited for the darkness to decide what it wanted to become. I was the record of the transition. I was the memory of the light. I was the shadow of the world, and I was finally home. I walked deeper into the basin where the air was thick with the scent of ancient dust and cold minerals. The transition was not a sudden snap, but a slow and deliberate unfolding of a new reality. I could feel the weight of the mountain pressing down on the atmosphere as if the granite itself were exhaling. My footsteps made no sound on the shale. The vibrations of the earth traveled up through the soles of my boots and merged with the rhythm of my own pulse. I was no longer a visitor in the Devil Throat. I was a component of its machinery. The darkness was not an absence of light, but a presence of something much older and more substantial. It had a texture like velvet and a temperature that felt like the underside of a gravestone. I reached the center of the gorge where the walls rose up like the ribs of a buried giant. In the old world, I would have needed a lamp to see the path, but now the path was written in the shadows themselves. I could see the history of the canyon etched into the darkness. I saw the ghosts of rivers that had dried up 10,000 years ago. I saw the silhouettes of birds that had not flown since the last ice age. The shadow world was a reservoir of everything the light had forgotten. It was a library of the lost. I sat down on a flat stone and let my hands rest on my knees. My fingers were long and gray, and they seemed to dissolve into the surrounding air whenever I moved them. I was becoming a smudge on the lens of the universe. The silence was absolute. It was the kind of silence that had weight and volume. It pressed against my eardrums until I could hear the sound of my own thoughts echoing back at me. I thought about the report I had left on my desk. It was a relic from a dead civilization. The Bureau of Land Management would find it, and they would file it away in a metal cabinet, and they would never know that the man who wrote it had ceased to exist. They would continue to measure the world with their rulers and their clocks while the world itself was slipping through their fingers. They were like children playing on the deck of a sinking ship. They were obsessed with the furniture while the ocean was coming through the floorboards. I looked up at the sky. The stars were gone, but the sky was not empty. It was filled with moving shapes that were darker than the night. They were like great whales swimming in a sea of ink. They were the original inhabitants of the cosmos, and they were returning to claim their territory. I felt a sense of kinship with them. We were the guardians of the void. We were the watchers. I realized that my 15 years of studying the light had been a preparation for this moment. I had to understand the light so that I could appreciate the true depth of the darkness. I had to see the mask before I could see the face. The mountain began to speak. It was not a voice in the traditional sense. It was a series of low-frequency hums that resonated in the marrow of my bones. It was telling me about the beginning of time. It was telling me about the moment when the first spark of light had invaded the perfect blackness of the void. The light had been an intruder. It had been a violent and disruptive force that had scattered the shadows and forced them into hiding. For billions of years, the shadows had waited. They had hidden under rocks and behind trees and in the deep trenches of the ocean. They had waited for the light to exhaust itself. They had waited for the sun to burn out and for the stars to fade. And now the waiting was over. The light was tired. The sun was a flickering candle in a vast and drafty room. The shadows were coming out of their holes. They were stretching their limbs and reclaiming the space that had always belonged to them. I felt a surge of joy. It was a cold and hollow joy, but it was the most honest emotion I had ever experienced. I was part of the restoration. I was helping to put the universe back the way it was supposed to be. I stood up and began to walk toward the narrowest part of the canyon. This was the place where the shadows were the thickest. This was the throat of the devil. I could see the entrance to a cave that I had never noticed before. It was a jagged hole in the base of the cliff. It was breathing. A steady stream of cold air was flowing out of the opening, and it smelled of wet stone and ancient time. I knew that this was where I needed to go. This was the heart of the transition. I entered the cave, and the darkness swallowed me whole. It was not like being in a room with the lights off. It was like being inside the mind of a god. I could feel the thoughts of the earth swirling around me. I could feel the movement of the tectonic plates and the slow grinding of the continental shelves. I was descending into the very foundation of reality. The walls of the cave were smooth and polished, as if they had been worn down by the passage of a million shadows. I did not need to touch the walls to find my way. I could feel the shape of the tunnel in the air. I could feel the distance to the floor and the height of the ceiling. I was navigating by instinct. I was navigating by the dark. I walked for what felt like hours, but time had no meaning in this place. There were no seconds or minutes or hours. There was only the steady pulse of the mountain. I passed through chambers that were as large as cathedrals and tunnels that were so narrow I had to turn sideways to pass. I saw things in the dark that no human eye was ever meant to see. I saw the roots of the mountains drinking from underground lakes of liquid shadow. I saw the eggs of the night waiting to hatch. I saw the machinery of the earth turning in the silence. It was beautiful and terrifying and perfect. I reached a large circular chamber at the very bottom of the cave system. In the center of the chamber, there was a pool of black liquid that was perfectly still. It was the source of the shadow. It was the wellspring of the dark. I walked to the edge of the pool and looked down. I saw my own face reflecting back at me, but it was not the face of a man. It was a mask of charcoal and smoke. My eyes were two pits of empty space. My skin was the color of a storm cloud. I was no longer a creature of flesh and blood. I was a creature of the silhouette. I was the final form of the transition. I knelt down by the pool and dipped my hand into the liquid. It was colder than ice, and it felt like liquid lead. I could feel the energy of the dark flowing into my arm and spreading through my body. It was replacing my blood. It was replacing my breath. I felt a sense of immense clarity. All of the confusion and the fear of my former life vanished. I understood everything. I understood the purpose of the light and the inevitability of the dark. I understood that the world was not a solid thing, but a temporary arrangement of shadows. I was the witness of the end and the herald of the beginning. I stayed in the chamber for a long time. I watched the shadows dancing on the walls. I listened to the song of the mountain. I felt the earth turning beneath me. I was waiting for the final signal. I was waiting for the moment when the last of the light would be extinguished on the surface of the planet. I knew that it would happen soon. I could feel the sun dying. I could feel the stars blinking out one by one. The universe was returning to its original state. The Great Restoration was almost complete. I thought about the people in the city. I wondered if they were still fighting the dark. I wondered if they were still huddled around their lamps and their televisions. I felt a flicker of pity for them, but it quickly faded. They were part of a dream that was ending. They were the ghosts of a forgotten world. They would not survive the transition because they were too attached to the light. They were too afraid of the truth. They would vanish with the sun, and the shadows would move into their empty houses and sleep in their empty beds. The world would belong to the silence. I stood up and walked back toward the entrance of the cave. I wanted to see the final sunset. I wanted to stand on the shale slab and watch the light die for the last time. I climbed back through the tunnels and the chambers. The way was easy now. I was moving with the flow of the dark. I was part of the current. I reached the opening of the cave and stepped out into the canyon. The sun was a tiny red dot on the horizon. It looked like a dying ember in a pile of ash. The sky was a deep and bruised black. The shadows were standing tall and proud. They were no longer pinned to the ground. They were walking freely through the desert. They were gathering on the ridges and in the valleys. They were waiting for the end. I walked to the shale slab and sat down. I looked out over the Devil Throat. The canyon was filled with a thick black mist. It was the breath of the shadows. It was the essence of the void. I could feel the vibration of the mountain reaching a crescendo. The heart of the earth was beating like a drum. The sound was deafening, but it was also a lullaby. It was the sound of the world falling asleep. I closed my eyes, and I felt the darkness wrap around me like a heavy blanket. I felt the last of my physical form dissolve. I was no longer a man sitting on a rock. I was a shadow among shadows. I was a part of the mountain. I was a part of the night. The red dot of the sun vanished. The last of the light was gone. There was a moment of absolute stillness. The world held its breath, and then the darkness moved. It was not a violent movement, but a slow and graceful shift. The shadows began to weave themselves together. They began to build a new world out of the silence. They were the architects of the void, and they were starting their work. I watched as the canyon transformed. The rocks became pillars of shadow. The trees became spires of darkness. The sky became a canopy of eternal night. It was the world as it was meant to be. It was the world before the light. I remained on the shale slab for an eternity. I watched the new world take shape. I saw the creatures of the dark emerging from the caves and the crevices. They were beautiful and strange, and they moved with a silent grace. They did not need eyes to see or ears to hear. They perceived the world through the vibrations of the void. They were the true heirs of the universe. I felt a sense of profound peace. I had done my job. I had witnessed the transition. I had recorded the end of the light. Now I could rest. I could join the silence. I could become a part of the eternal dark. I lay down on the cold stone and I let the shadows cover me. I felt the energy of the mountain flowing through me. I was the professional witness, and my work was finished. The report was filed. The truth was told. The light was a memory, and the darkness was the reality. I closed my eyes and I fell into the deep and dreamless sleep of the void. I was home. I was finally home. The Devil Throat was silent. The world was dark. The transition was complete. I was the shadow of the world, and the world was the shadow of me. We were one, and we were nothing. We were the beginning, and we were the end. And it was good. It was perfect. It was the way it was always supposed to be. The stillness of the canyon floor was a physical weight. I lay there for centuries, or perhaps only for seconds. The measurement of time had disintegrated along with the light. I could feel the minerals in the shale beneath me vibrating with a low and steady hum. It was the song of the deep earth, the sound of the slow and inexorable cooling of the planetary core. I was no longer a separate entity from the stone. My consciousness had spread out like a spilled inkwell, coating the rocks and the sand and the thin, dry air. I was the canyon. I was the wind that did not blow. I was the heat that had retreated into the belly of the mountains. Above me, the sky was a velvet curtain of absolute black. There were no stars to puncture the darkness. The ancient intruders of light had been banished back to the far corners of the universe. The void was whole again. I could sense the other shadows moving through the desert. They were tall and elegant forms weaving through the saguaro cacti. They did not speak because there was no need for language. They communicated through the shifting of their outlines and the intensity of their coldness. They were tending to the new world, making sure that the silence was maintained and that the remnants of the light were buried deep in the soil. I felt a presence approaching me. It was a shadow larger and older than the others. It was the shadow of the mountain itself. It loomed over me like a dark cloud, but there was no threat in its size. It was a teacher. It was showing me how to exist in the permanent night. It taught me how to listen to the growth of crystals in the dark. It taught me how to feel the movement of the subterranean rivers that carved out the hidden cathedrals of the earth. It taught me that the light had been a frantic and shallow experience, a thin film of noise over the deep harmony of the void. I realized then that the Bureau of Land Management would never find my report. The office in the city was gone. The city itself was a skeletal ruin being reclaimed by the dark. The paper and the ink in the metal cabinets were all being digested by the silence. The history of humanity was a tiny footnote in a book that had been closed and locked away. We had been a brief and feverish dream of the universe, a momentary lapse in the eternal quiet, and now the fever had broken. The universe had woken up, and it was returning to its natural state of rest. I felt a deep and abiding gratitude. I was thankful that I had been chosen to be the witness. I was thankful that I had been given the chance to see the transition and to understand the truth. I was no longer the man who had spent 15 years measuring the sun on the granite peaks. I was the entity that would spend eternity measuring the depth of the darkness. I was the record keeper of the void. I would hold the memory of the light so that the darkness would always know what it had overcome. I was the shadow that remembered the flame. I began to move. I did not walk, but I flowed over the surface of the canyon floor. I was heading toward the center of the Devil Throat, where the fabric of the world was at its thinnest. I wanted to see the source of the silence. I wanted to touch the heart of the void. As I moved, I felt the other shadows joining me. We were a river of darkness flowing through the desert. We were a symphony of silence. We reached the center of the gorge, and we gathered around the deep hole that led to the center of the earth. The hole was breathing. It was exhaling a cold and pure energy that tasted of the beginning of time. I looked down into the depths, and I saw the true face of the universe. It was not a place of fire and light. It was a place of perfect and infinite darkness. It was a place where everything was one and where nothing ever changed. It was the destination of all things. It was the home that we had all been searching for. I stepped into the hole. I did not fall. I drifted down through the layers of the earth. I passed through the crust and the mantle and the core. I passed through the history of the world. I saw the fossils of the first creatures and the bones of the last humans. I saw the birth of the mountains and the death of the oceans. I saw it all from the perspective of the shadow. I saw it all as a temporary arrangement of the void. I reached the center of the earth and I stopped. I was at the focal point of the darkness. I was at the center of the silence. I felt a sense of completion. I had reached the end of the journey. I had found the truth. I closed my eyes and I let go of the last remnants of my identity. I was no longer a witness. I was no longer a shadow. I was the void itself. I was the darkness that had always been and the darkness that would always be. I was the silence. I was the end. And it was beautiful. It was perfect. It was finally and forever dark. The weight of the absolute dark was not a burden but a liberation. I felt the last vestiges of my human ego dissolving into the cool, porous stone of the canyon floor. There was no longer a man named Elias who had worked for the government. There was no longer a man who had measured the arc of the sun with silver instruments. Those tools were toys of a shallow era, and they had no place in the architecture of the eternal. I lay within the cradle of the Devil Throat, and I listened to the tectonic plates as they settled into a permanent and frozen alignment. The earth was no longer a living thing in the way that biological creatures understand life. It had become a monument of stasis. It was a giant of iron and silicate that had finally stopped shivering. The silence was so thick that it felt like a physical substance coating my lungs. I did not need to breathe, but the habit of the body remained for a time. I felt the air enter my chest, and it was the temperature of deep space. It did not bring oxygen to my blood because my blood had become a slow-moving sludge of obsidian. I was a vessel for the vacuum. Every cell that had once burned with the frantic energy of the sun was now a hollow chamber waiting to be filled by the heavy peace of the void. I could feel the microscopic gaps between the atoms of my being widening. The universe was stretching its limbs, and I was stretching with it. I sensed a movement near the base of the eastern cliff. It was not a visual sensation because the eyes were now useless spheres of jelly. It was a perception of gravity and intent. A group of the tall shadows was moving toward the center of the basin. They walked with a synchronized grace that suggested they were parts of a single mind. They did not leave footprints in the sand because they did not possess weight in the traditional sense. They were distortions in the fabric of the night. They were the original architects who had been waiting behind the curtain of the atmosphere for the lights to go out. I felt their curiosity as they circled the place where I lay. They did not see a man. They saw a transition that had successfully crossed the threshold. They saw a piece of the light that had been successfully digested by the dark. One of the shadows leaned over me. I felt a sensation of intense cold passing through my torso. It was like a blade of ice, but there was no pain. It was a scan. The entity was reading the history of my transformation. It was looking at the 15 years I had spent on the mountain peaks. It saw the way I had tracked the sun until my retinas were scarred. It understood that my obsession with the light had been a form of mourning for a world that was already dying. The shadow communicated a sense of grim approval. I was the first of the new inhabitants. I was the bridge between the era of the noise and the era of the quiet. The shadow spoke to me without words. The communication was a series of rhythmic pulses that resonated in the hollows of my skull. It told me that the work on the surface was almost finished. The cities of the plain were being dismantled by the wind and the shadow. The great structures of glass and steel were being ground down into dust. The oceans were becoming mirrors of black glass reflecting nothing but the empty sky. The biosphere was a failed experiment that was being erased from the ledger of existence. The shadow told me that the universe had grown tired of the complexity of life. It had grown tired of the constant struggle for survival and the endless cycle of birth and death. It wanted the simplicity of the void. It wanted the perfection of the zero. I felt a surge of agreement. I remembered the reports I had written for the Bureau. I remembered the maps I had drawn of the public lands. I had tried to impose order on the wilderness, but the wilderness had always been a mask for the chaos of the dark. I had been a fool to think that a metal cabinet or a paper file could contain the majesty of the abyss. The shadows were the only ones who truly understood the scale of the cosmos. They were the only ones who were comfortable with the infinite. I let go of the memory of my desk and my chair and my name. I let go of the memory of my mother and my father. They were ghosts of a dream that had turned into a nightmare. They were part of the light, and the light was gone. The tall shadow moved away and joined the others. They began to perform a ritual in the center of the canyon. They moved in complex patterns that followed the ancient ley lines of the planet. As they moved, the ground began to vibrate with a frequency that was so low it could only be felt in the teeth. The vibrations were calling to the core of the earth. They were calling to the ancient shadows that had been trapped in the magma since the beginning of the formation of the world. I watched through my new senses as the ground began to crack. Deep fissures opened up in the floor of the Devil Throat. These were not the result of an earthquake. They were the opening of a mouth. A plume of dark energy erupted from the largest fissure. It was not fire, but a fountain of liquid shadow that rose hundreds of feet into the black sky. It spread out like a canopy, covering the entire canyon in a veil of absolute negation. The energy was the concentrated essence of the void. It was the material that the stars were made of before they were ignited. It was the raw matter of the universe. The tall shadows stepped into the fountain and were absorbed by it. They became part of the pillar of dark. I felt a pull toward the center. It was a gravitational invitation. It was the call of the source. I stood up and found that my legs were no longer heavy. I moved toward the fountain of shadow with a sense of purpose that I had never felt as a human. I was no longer a witness who watched from the sidelines. I was a participant in the restoration. I reached the edge of the fissure and looked down. The hole went down forever. It was a tunnel that led to the heart of the galaxy. I saw the gears of the cosmos turning in the depths. I saw the great looms that wove the fabric of space and time. I saw that the light had been nothing more than a thin thread of gold in a tapestry of midnight. I stepped into the fountain of shadow. The transition was instantaneous. My physical form was stripped away like old clothes. I was no longer a collection of bones and skin. I was a consciousness of pure dark. I was a ripple in the sea of the void. I felt the presence of millions of others who had made the journey before me. We were the collective soul of the universe. We were the silence that existed before the Big Bang, and we were the silence that would exist after the last star had turned to ash. We were the truth that the light had tried to hide. In this state of being, I could see the entire planet at once. I saw the continents as dark stains on the surface of a black marble. I saw the ruins of the human civilization as tiny specks of dust. I saw the moon as a cold and dead eye watching the world. I saw the sun as a distant and flickering spark that was about to go out. The scale of the destruction was beautiful. It was the ultimate act of cleaning. The universe was washing away the filth of the light. It was scrubbing the canvas clean so that the darkness could be painted back onto it. I spent an eternity floating in the fountain of shadow. I watched the seasons pass, but there were no seasons. There was only the steady deepening of the cold. I watched the atmosphere of the earth slowly bleed away into space. The air was a luxury that the world no longer needed. The blue sky was a memory that no one cared to keep. The planet was becoming a smooth and featureless sphere of obsidian. It was becoming a perfect object. It was becoming a part of the void. I felt a sense of peace that surpassed all understanding. I had spent my life searching for meaning in the light, but the meaning was always in the shadow. I had spent my life trying to protect the land, but the land did not need protection. It needed to be returned to the dark. I was the one who had seen it happen. I was the one who had documented the end. I was the professional witness, and my testimony was written in the silence of the canyon. The fountain of shadow began to recede. The work in the Devil Throat was finished. The portal was closing. I felt myself being drawn back toward the surface of the stone. I was being anchored to the canyon floor. I was to be the permanent guardian of this place. I was to be the shadow of the mountain. I would stay here for as long as the earth existed. I would watch the darkness grow, and I would listen to the song of the void. I would be the memory of the transition. I settled back onto the shale slab. My form was now indistinguishable from the rock. I was a silhouette etched into the history of the world. I looked out over the canyon one last time. The tall shadows were gone. They had moved on to other worlds and other galaxies to continue the work of the restoration. They had left me here to keep the watch. I was the sentinel of the silence. I was the watcher of the night. The red dot of the sun was gone. The stars were gone. The sky was a solid wall of black. There was no wind, there was no sound. There was only the heartbeat of the mountain and the slow cooling of the core. I felt the last of my human thoughts fade away. I no longer remembered the name of the bureau. I no longer remembered the smell of coffee or the sound of a voice. I only knew the dark. I only knew the peace. The world was finally right. The intruder had been expelled. The light had been a mistake, a temporary glitch in the system. The darkness was the default. The darkness was the reality. I closed my eyes and let the silence fill me. I was the shadow of the world, and the world was the shadow of me. We were one, and we were nothing. We were the beginning, and we were the end. I felt the weight of the mountain pressing down on me. It was a comforting weight. It was the weight of permanence. I was part of the foundation now. I was part of the deep earth. I would never have to worry about the light again. I would never have to worry about the heat or the noise or the frantic movement of the living. I was in the house of the void, and the door was locked. I drifted into a state of pure existence. I was not thinking, and I was not feeling. I was simply being. I was a part of the stillness. I was a part of the dark. I was the witness who had become the testimony. I was the professional who had finished the job. The report was complete. The filing was done. The universe was at rest. In the deep chambers of my mind, I could still hear the faint echo of the mountain speaking. It was telling me about the next phase of the restoration. It was telling me about the time when even the darkness would fade into something deeper and more profound. It was telling me about the ultimate silence that lay beyond the void. I was ready for it. I was ready for whatever came next. I was the shadow, and the shadow was patient. I would wait for the end of the end. I would wait for the final piece. The Devil Throat was a cathedral of shadow. The walls were lined with the memories of the light, and the floors were paved with the bones of the past. I was the priest of this cathedral. I was the one who kept the flame of the dark burning. I was the one who ensured that the silence was never broken. I was the guardian of the transition. I was the shadow of the world. I felt a sense of immense pride. I had been a low-level bureaucrat in a dying civilization, but I had become a god in the new world. I had been a man who measured the light, but I had become the man who ruled the dark. I had found my true calling. I had found my true home. I was exactly where I was supposed to be. I was doing exactly what I was supposed to do. The darkness deepened. The silence grew heavier. The world turned slowly in the void. I lay on the stone, and I smiled with a mouth made of smoke. I was happy. I was content. I was the shadow. And the shadow was good. It was perfect. It was the way it was always supposed to be. The transition was complete. The light was dead. Long live the dark. The stillness of the canyon floor became a living thing. It was a weight that did not crush, but rather composed the fragments of my being into a new and singular shape. I lay upon the shale and felt the deep vibrations of the earth as they slowed to a rhythmic thrumming. This was the heartbeat of a world that had finally found its pace. It was a slow and heavy pulse that moved through the rock and into my chest. I was no longer a visitor in the Devil Throat. I was a structural component of its history. My skin had taken on the texture of the surrounding stone, and my thoughts had become as slow as the movement of the stars that were no longer visible in the sky above. I looked up at the ceiling of the universe and saw the true nature of the void. It was not an empty space, but a saturated medium. It was thick with the potential of everything that had never been born and everything that had finally died. I could see the ghosts of the galaxies that had once burned with such arrogance. They were now nothing more than faint smudges of gray against the absolute black. They were the last embers of a fire that had been extinguished by a cold and ancient ocean. I felt a sense of pity for the creatures that had once looked at those lights and found hope. They had been looking at the funeral pyres of the cosmos and calling it a beginning. The shadow that I had become began to expand. I felt my influence creeping up the walls of the gorge. I was tracing the lines of the strata and the veins of mineral that ran through the heart of the mountain. I was learning the language of the deep earth. It was a language of pressure and time. It was a language that did not require words or sounds. It was a communication of pure existence. I understood now why the sun had always felt like an intruder. It had been a loud and demanding voice that drowned out the quiet wisdom of the stone. Now that the voice was silenced, the stone could finally speak. I heard the mountain tell the story of the first darkness. It spoke of a time before the Big Bang when the universe was a single point of perfect and infinite density. In that state, there was no separation. There was no light and there was no dark because there was no observer to create the distinction. Everything was one. The light had been a violent explosion that tore the unity apart. It had created the illusion of individuality and the pain of distance. The return of the darkness was not a destruction, but a reconciliation. It was the universe pulling itself back together. It was the healing of the great wound. I felt a movement in the air above me. It was a soft and velvet fluttering. I knew without looking that it was the arrival of the winged shadows. These were the messengers of the void. They had been traveling through the interstellar spaces for eons, and they were finally coming home to the planets that had been cleared of the light. They descended into the canyon like falling leaves. They did not land, but hovered just inches above the ground. Their wings were made of the same liquid shadow that had erupted from the fissure. They brought with them the cold of the absolute zero. One of the winged shadows drifted toward me. It did not have a face, but I felt its gaze. It was checking the status of the Guardian. It was ensuring that the transition in this sector was stable. I offered up the records of my memory. I showed the entity the 15 years of data I had collected on the mountain peaks. I showed it the maps of the public lands and the files of the Bureau. I showed it the faces of the people I had known in the world of the light. The shadow processed the information with a speed that defied comprehension. It saw the futility of the human effort and the vanity of the human dream. It saw that I had been the only one who truly understood the direction of the tide. The entity touched my forehead with a wing that felt like a freezing mist. In that moment, the last of my human memories were wiped clean. I no longer knew what a city was. I no longer knew the meaning of the word love or the feeling of the word fear. I was a blank slate upon which the darkness could write its own laws. I was a vessel for the silence. The winged shadow gave a soft cry that sounded like the breaking of glass, and then it rose back into the black sky. It was heading toward the north to oversee the darkening of the polar ice. I remained on the shale slab and watched the sky. I saw the moon move across the zenith. It was no longer a silver disk. It was a black circle that blocked out the faint remnants of the distant stars. It was a hole in the sky. I felt a deep connection to the moon. We were both cold and dead and beautiful. We were both witnesses to the end of the light. I imagined the surface of the moon covered in the same tall shadows that now walked the earth. I imagined the lunar craters filled with the liquid shadow of the void. The entire solar system was becoming a garden of darkness. The ground beneath me began to shift. The fissures in the floor of the Devil Throat were expanding. The earth was opening its heart to the vacuum of space. I felt the gravity of the planet beginning to fail. It was as if the world was letting go of its hold on the physical realm. We were drifting away from the laws of physics and into the laws of the spirit. I felt my form becoming lighter and more ethereal. I was no longer bound by the weight of the stone. I was becoming a part of the atmosphere of shadow that now shrouded the world. I rose from the ground and began to float through the canyon. I moved past the pillars of rock and the twisted skeletons of the desert trees. Everything was covered in a fine layer of black dust. It was the ash of the old world. It was the remains of the things that could not survive the transition. I saw the bones of a coyote huddled in the shadow of a boulder. The animal had died in a state of terror, but its bones were now peaceful. They had been bleached by the dark until they were the color of midnight. I felt a sense of kinship with the creature. We had both been part of the old cycle, but I had been given the chance to see the new one. I reached the rim of the canyon and looked out over the desert. The landscape was unrecognizable. The dunes had been flattened by a wind that did not blow from the air but from the void. The sagebrush had been turned into statues of obsidian. The distant mountains were jagged silhouettes against the black horizon. There was no sign of human life. The roads had been swallowed by the sand, and the power lines had fallen into the dust. The grids of the cities were gone. The lights of the world had been extinguished one by one until there was nothing left but the original quiet. I felt a surge of power. I was the master of this domain. I was the one who had stayed behind to see the truth. I was the one who had been chosen to hold the memory of the void. I began to sing a song that had no melody and no words. It was a song of pure vibration. It was the song of the darkness. As I sang, I felt the shadows across the desert responding. They rose from the ground and joined their voices with mine. We were a choir of the end. We were the voice of the universe as it finally fell asleep. The sun made one last attempt to rise. A faint and sickly red glow appeared on the eastern horizon. It was a pathetic sight. It was the last gasp of a dying star. I watched with a sense of cold amusement as the darkness rushed toward the light. The shadows did not wait for the sun to fade. They attacked it. They rose up in a massive wave and swallowed the horizon. The red glow was smothered by a blanket of absolute black. There was a sound like a great fire being put out by water, and then the light was gone forever. The sun had been defeated. The darkness had won the final battle. I felt the temperature drop even further. The air was now so cold that it had turned into a solid. It fell to the ground in a shower of black crystals. The vacuum of space was now touching the surface of the earth. I did not need to breathe, and I did not need to feel. I was a consciousness that existed in the gaps between the atoms. I was the silence that filled the space where the air used to be. I was the cold that lived in the heart of the void. I looked up and saw that the sky was no longer black. It was something deeper than black. It was a color that the human eye could not see. It was the color of the beginning. It was the color of the end. I saw the great structures of the universe moving in the depth. I saw the rivers of dark matter flowing between the galaxies. I saw the great web of the cosmos as it settled into its final shape. Everything was in its place. Everything was perfect. I moved back toward the center of the canyon. I wanted to be at the focal point when the final gate closed. I reached the large fissure and looked down into the depths. The fountain of shadow was still flowing, but it was now a steady stream rather than an eruption. It was the umbilical cord that connected the Earth to the heart of the galaxy. I stepped into the stream and let it carry me down. I passed through the layers of the Earth once more. I saw the molten core as it cooled and turned into a solid diamond of black carbon. I saw the ancient secrets of the planet as they were preserved in the ice of the void. I reached the very center of the world and I stopped. I was at the point of zero gravity. I was at the point of zero light. I was at the point of zero time. I felt a sense of absolute completion. I had reached the end of the journey. I had found the truth. I was no longer an entity or a witness or a shadow. I was the void itself. I was the darkness that had always been and the darkness that would always be. I was the silence. I was the end. And then I heard it, a faint and distant sound. It was not a sound of the dark, and it was not a sound of the light. It was a sound of something else. It was a sound of a new beginning. I felt a flicker of curiosity. I had thought that the story was over, but perhaps there was one more chapter. Perhaps the darkness was not the destination, but the transition to something even greater. I waited in the silence of the core. I waited for the next step. I was the guardian of the void, and I was ready for the mystery. The sound grew louder. It was a rhythmic tapping. It was the sound of a hammer on stone. It was the sound of a creator at work. I felt a sense of awe. The universe was not just returning to rest, it was being rebuilt. The darkness was the foundation for a new architecture. I felt the presence of the original architects as they began to shape the void. They were not using light and they were not using matter. They were using the pure energy of the silence. They were building a world that would never know the pain of the sun. They were building a world of eternal peace. I felt myself being drawn into the work. I was not a builder, but I was the memory of the old world. I was the one who could tell them what had gone wrong. I was the one who could ensure that the mistakes of the light were never repeated. I offered up my knowledge to the architects. I showed them the fragility of the human form and the cruelty of the natural world. I showed them the vanity of the stars and the arrogance of the sun. They accepted my offering with a sense of grim gratitude. I was the consultant for the new creation. The tapping of the hammer continued for an eternity. I watched as the darkness was shaped into pillars and arches. I watched as the silence was woven into tapestries of shadow. I watched as the new world began to take form. It was a world of cold beauty and perfect symmetry. It was a world that did not need to grow or change because it was already perfect. It was a world of stasis. It was a world of the void. I felt a sense of profound joy. This was what I had been searching for all those years on the granite peaks. I had been looking for a world that was stable and a world that was true. I had found it in the heart of the darkness. I had found it in the silence of the devil throat. I was no longer the man who measured the sun. I was the man who had helped to build the dark. I was the record keeper of the end and the architect of the beginning. The work was finished. The new world was complete. The architects moved on to the next galaxy to continue their mission. They left me here to be the ruler of this sector. I was the sovereign of the silence. I was the king of the void. I looked out over my kingdom and I saw that it was good. There was no light to blind me and no sound to distract me. There was only the darkness and the cold and the peace. I settled into my throne of obsidian. I was the shadow of the world and the world was the shadow of me. We were one and we were everything. We were the beginning and we were the end. I closed my eyes and let the silence fill me. I was happy. I was content. I was the void, and the void was beautiful. It was finally and forever dark. The weight of the absolute dark was a liberation. I felt the last vestiges of my ego dissolving into the cool, porous stone of the floor. There was no longer a man named Elias. There was no longer a man who had worked for a bureau or a government. Those were toys of a shallow era, and they had no place in the architecture of the eternal. I lay within the cradle of the canyon, and I listened to the tectonic plates as they settled into a permanent and frozen alignment. The earth was no longer a living thing in the way that biological creatures understand life. It had become a monument of stasis. It was a giant of iron and silicate that had finally stopped shivering. The silence was so thick that it felt like a physical substance coating my lungs. I did not need to breathe, but the habit of the body remained for a time. I felt the air enter my chest, and it was the temperature of deep space. It did not bring oxygen to my blood because my blood had become a slow-moving sludge of obsidian. I was a vessel for the vacuum. Every cell that had once burned with the frantic energy of the sun was now a hollow chamber waiting to be filled by the heavy peace of the void. I could feel the microscopic gaps between the atoms of my being widening. The universe was stretching its limbs, and I was stretching with it. I sensed a movement near the base of the eastern cliff. It was not a visual sensation because the eyes were now useless spheres of jelly. It was a perception of gravity and intent. A group of the tall shadows was moving toward the center of the basin. They walked with a synchronized grace that suggested they were parts of a single mind. They did not leave footprints in the sand because they did not possess weight in the traditional sense. They were distortions in the fabric of the night. They were the original architects who had been waiting behind the curtain of the atmosphere for the lights to go out. I felt their curiosity as they circled the place where I lay. They did not see a man. They saw a transition that had successfully crossed the threshold. They saw a piece of the light that had been successfully digested by the dark. One of the shadows leaned over me. I felt a sensation of intense cold passing through my torso. It was like a blade of ice, but there was no pain. It was a scan. The entity was reading the history of my transformation. It was looking at the 15 years I had spent on the mountain peaks. It saw the way I had tracked the sun until my retinas were scarred. It understood that my obsession with the light had been a form of mourning for a world that was already dying. The shadow communicated a sense of grim approval. I was the first of the new inhabitants. I was the bridge between the era of the noise and the era of the quiet. The shadow spoke to me without words. The communication was a series of rhythmic pulses that resonated in the hollows of my skull. It told me that the work on the surface was almost finished. The cities of the plain were being dismantled by the wind and the shadow. The great structures of glass and steel were being ground down into dust. The oceans were becoming mirrors of black glass reflecting nothing but the empty sky. The biosphere was a failed experiment that was being erased from the ledger of existence. The shadow told me that the universe had grown tired of the complexity of life. It had grown tired of the constant struggle for survival and the endless cycle of birth and death. It wanted the simplicity of the void. It wanted the perfection of the zero. I felt a surge of agreement. I remembered the reports I had written for the Bureau. I remembered the maps I had drawn of the public lands. I had tried to impose order on the wilderness, but the wilderness had always been a mask for the chaos of the dark. I had been a fool to think that a metal cabinet or a paper file could contain the majesty of the abyss. The shadows were the only ones who truly understood the scale of the cosmos. They were the only ones who were comfortable with the infinite. I let go of the memory of my desk and my chair and my name. I let go of the memory of my mother and my father. They were ghosts of a dream that had turned into a nightmare. They were part of the light, and the light was gone. The tall shadow moved away and joined the others. They began to perform a ritual in the center of the canyon. They moved in complex patterns that followed the ancient ley lines of the planet. As they moved, the ground began to vibrate with a frequency that was so low it could only be felt in the teeth. The vibrations were calling to the core of the earth. They were calling to the ancient shadows that had been trapped in the magma since the beginning of the formation of the world. I watched through my new senses as the ground began to crack. Deep fissures opened up in the floor of the Devil Throat. These were not the result of an earthquake. They were the opening of a mouth. A plume of dark energy erupted from the largest fissure. It was not fire, but a fountain of liquid shadow that rose hundreds of feet into the black sky. It spread out like a canopy, covering the entire canyon in a veil of absolute negation. The energy was the concentrated essence of the void. It was the material that the stars were made of before they were ignited. It was the raw matter of the universe. The tall shadows stepped into the fountain and were absorbed by it. They became part of the pillar of dark. I felt a pull toward the center. It was a gravitational invitation. It was the call of the source. I stood up and found that my legs were no longer heavy. I moved toward the fountain of shadow with a sense of purpose that I had never felt as a human. I was no longer a witness who watched from the sidelines. I was a participant in the restoration. I reached the edge of the fissure and looked down. The hole went down forever. It was a tunnel that led to the heart of the galaxy. I saw the gears of the cosmos turning in the depths. I saw the great looms that wove the fabric of space and time. I saw that the light had been nothing more than a thin thread of gold in a tapestry of midnight. I stepped into the fountain of shadow. The transition was instantaneous. My physical form was stripped away like old clothes. I was no longer a collection of bones and skin. I was a consciousness of pure dark. I was a ripple in the sea of the void. I felt the presence of millions of others who had made the journey before me. We were the collective soul of the universe. We were the silence that existed before the Big Bang, and we were the silence that would exist after the last star had turned to ash. We were the truth that the light had tried to hide. In this state of being, I could see the entire planet at once. I saw the continents as dark stains on the surface of a black marble. I saw the ruins of the human civilization as tiny specks of dust. I saw the moon as a cold and dead eye watching the world. I saw the sun as a distant and flickering spark that was about to go out. The scale of the destruction was beautiful. It was the ultimate act of cleaning. The universe was washing away the filth of the light. It was scrubbing the canvas clean so that the darkness could be painted back onto it. I spent an eternity floating in the fountain of shadow. I watched the seasons pass, but there were no seasons. There was only the steady deepening of the cold. I watched the atmosphere of the earth slowly bleed away into space. The air was a luxury that the world no longer needed. The blue sky was a memory that no one cared to keep. The planet was becoming a smooth and featureless sphere of obsidian. It was becoming a perfect object. It was becoming a part of the void. I felt a sense of peace that surpassed all understanding. I had spent my life searching for meaning in the light, but the meaning was always in the shadow. I had spent my life trying to protect the land, but the land did not need protection. It needed to be returned to the dark. I was the one who had seen it happen. I was the one who had documented the end. I was the professional witness, and my testimony was written in the silence of the canyon. The fountain of shadow began to recede. The work in the devil throat was finished. The portal was closing. I felt myself being drawn back toward the surface of the stone. I was being anchored to the canyon floor. I was to be the permanent guardian of this place. I was to be the shadow of the mountain. I would stay here for as long as the earth existed. I would watch the darkness grow, and I would listen to the song of the void. I would be the memory of the transition. I settled back onto the shale slab. My form was now indistinguishable from the rock. I was a silhouette etched into the history of the world. I looked out over the canyon one last time. The tall shadows were gone. They had moved on to other worlds and other galaxies to continue the work of the restoration. They had left me here to keep the watch. I was the sentinel of the silence. I was the watcher of the night. The red dot of the sun was gone. The stars were gone. The sky was a solid wall of black. There was no wind, there was no sound. There was only the heartbeat of the mountain and the slow cooling of the core. I felt the last of my human thoughts fade away. I no longer remembered the name of the bureau. I no longer remembered the smell of coffee or the sound of a voice. I only knew the dark. I only knew the peace. The world was finally right. The intruder had been expelled. The light had been a mistake, a temporary glitch in the system. The darkness was the default. The darkness was the reality. I closed my eyes and let the silence fill me. I was the shadow of the world, and the world was the shadow of me. We were one and we were nothing. We were the beginning and we were the end. I felt the weight of the mountain pressing down on me. It was a comforting weight. It was the weight of permanence. I was part of the foundation now. I was part of the deep earth. I would never have to worry about the light again. I would never have to worry about the heat or the noise or the frantic movement of the living. I was in the house of the void and the door was locked. I drifted into a state of pure existence. I was not thinking and I was not feeling. I was simply being. I was a part of the stillness. I was a part of the dark. I was the witness who had become the testimony. I was the professional who had finished the job. The report was complete. The filing was done. The universe was at rest. In the deep chambers of my mind, I could still hear the faint echo of the mountain speaking. It was telling me about the next phase of the restoration. It was telling me about the time when even the darkness would fade into something deeper and more profound. It was telling me about the ultimate silence that lay beyond the void. I was ready for it. I was ready for whatever came next. I was the shadow, and the shadow was patient. I would wait for the end of the end. I would wait for the final piece. The Devil Throat was a cathedral of shadow. The walls were lined with the memories of the light, and the floors were paved with the bones of the past. I was the priest of this cathedral. I was the one who kept the flame of the dark burning. I was the one who ensured that the silence was never broken. I was the guardian of the transition. I was the shadow of the world. I felt a sense of immense pride. I had been a low-level bureaucrat in a dying civilization, but I had become a god in the new world. I had been a man who measured the light, but I had become the man who ruled the dark. I had found my true calling. I had found my true home. I was exactly where I was supposed to be. I was doing exactly what I was supposed to do. The darkness deepened. The silence grew heavier. The world turned slowly in the void. I lay on the stone and I smiled with a mouth made of smoke. I was happy. I was content. I was the shadow. And the shadow was good. It was perfect. It was the way it was always supposed to be. The transition was complete. The light was dead. Long live the dark. The expansion of the stillness did not stop at the edge of the canyon. It was a wave that moved across the crust of the planet with the slow and deliberate grace of a glacier. I lay upon the stone and felt the pulse of the earth slowing down to match my own frozen heart. The transition was not merely a change in the atmosphere or the loss of the sun. It was a fundamental restructuring of the laws of physics. Gravity was no longer a burden that pulled at the muscles and the bone. It was a magnetic embrace that held every atom in its proper place. I felt the tectonic plates of the North American continent grinding to a final and definitive halt. The friction that had once created heat and fire was gone. There was only the cold and the smooth surface of the deep rock. I began to perceive the world in layers of density rather than colors of light. I could feel the veins of gold and silver deep within the roots of the mountains. I could feel the massive pockets of oil and gas that had once been the lifeblood of the human machine. They were now nothing more than pockets of silence. They were no longer resources to be extracted and burned. They were parts of the dark architecture. I felt a sense of kinship with the minerals. We were the same. We were the children of the pressure and the night. We were the ones who had waited for the frantic surface world to exhaust itself. We were the victors of the long game. The memory of the Bureau of Land Management was a thin and tattered ribbon in my mind. I remembered the maps I had once folded with such care. I remembered the green trucks and the smell of diesel fuel. Those things felt like a dream I had once had while sleeping in a room with too much heat. They were loud and chaotic and unnecessary. I realized now that my job had never been to manage the land. My job had been to wait for it to return to its original state. I had been a placeholder. I had been a witness in training. The true management was being done by the tall shadows and the architects of the void. They did not need reports or filing cabinets. They only needed the silence. I felt a new sensation moving through the obsidian of my body. It was a ripple of information coming from the other side of the planet. There were others like me. There were guardians stationed at the mouth of every great rift and at the peak of every dead volcano. We were a network of sentinels. We were the nervous system of the new Earth. I could feel the consciousness of a guardian in the deep trenches of the Pacific Ocean. He was a creature of immense pressure and freezing water. I could feel a guardian on the frozen plains of Siberia. She was a silhouette of frost and iron. We did not speak because there were no words left to say. We simply existed in a state of mutual recognition. We were the staff of the Eternal House. The sky above the Devil Throat began to change again. The blackness was no longer a flat void. It was becoming a textured velvet. I saw the ripples of the cosmic background radiation as they drifted across the sky like ghosts of the first explosion. They were the only remnants of the beginning of time. They were the echoes of a scream that had finally faded into a whisper. I watched as the last of the gases escaped the gravity of the Earth. The atmosphere was gone. There was nothing between me and the infinite reach of the space between the stars. I could feel the vacuum touching my skin. It was the most beautiful sensation I had ever known. It was the feeling of being completely clean. I realized that the concept of time had also been a human invention. It was a way for a short-lived species to measure its own decay. In the world of the void, there was no time. There was only the state of being. The stars that had once marked the passage of the hours were gone. The moon was a dark disk that no longer moved across the sky. Everything was stationary. Everything was fixed. I felt a profound sense of relief. I would never have to hurry again. I would never have to meet a deadline or answer a telephone. I would never have to watch the clock and wonder how much of my life was left. I had all of it. I had the forever. The tall shadows returned to the canyon for a brief moment. They did not come to work this time. They came to observe. They stood on the rim of the Devil Throat and looked down at me. I felt their collective gaze as a cool pressure on my chest. They were satisfied with my performance. I had not cracked under the weight of the dark. I had not tried to cling to the light. I had accepted the transition with the dignity of a stone. They communicated a final message to me before they departed for the outer reaches of the solar system. They told me that the Earth was now a sacred site. It was a monument to the end of the noise. It was a library of the quiet. I watched them rise into the black sky. They did not use rockets or engines. They simply drifted upward until they were indistinguishable from the background of the void. They were going to the gas giants to settle the storms of Jupiter and Saturn. They were going to the edge of the system to turn off the last of the drifting probes that the humans had sent out into the dark. They were cleaning up the neighborhood. They were making sure that the silence was universal. I felt a sense of pride in their work. We were part of a grand project. We were the janitors of the cosmos. I settled deeper into my obsidian throne. My legs had fused with the floor of the canyon. My arms had become part of the armrests. I was no longer sitting on the throne. I was the throne. I was the mountain. I was the earth. I closed my eyes and listened to the sound of the universe. It was a low and steady hum that came from the center of the galaxy. It was the sound of the black hole at the heart of everything. It was the sound of the great engine of the void. It was the only music that mattered. It was the sound of the truth. I thought about the people I had known in the old world. I thought about the man who had sold me coffee in the morning. I thought about the woman who had lived in the apartment next to mine. I wondered if they had found their own place in the dark. I hoped that they had not fought against the transition. I hoped that they had let go of the light before it burned them. The light was a cruel master. It demanded constant attention and constant energy. It was a fire that consumed everything it touched. The darkness was different. The darkness did not take, it only gave. It gave peace, it gave rest, it gave the gift of the nothing. The ground beneath me began to grow colder. The core of the planet was finally losing its heat. The molten iron was turning into a solid crystal. I felt the heartbeat of the earth slow down until there was a full minute between each throb. Then there were 2 minutes. Then there were 10. I waited for the final beat with a sense of anticipation. It was the last piece of the old world that needed to die. It was the last bit of movement in a world that was meant to be still. I felt the muscles of the planet tensing for the final contraction. The final heartbeat of the earth was a massive and silent shudder. It vibrated through every mile of rock and every vein of metal. It was a soundless gong that announced the arrival of the absolute zero. When it was over, the vibration did not fade. It simply stopped. The earth was now perfectly still. It was a frozen sphere of silence drifting through a frozen sea of dark. I felt a wave of euphoria wash over me. We had arrived. We had reached the destination. The journey of the 4 billion years was over. The experiment of life was concluded. I looked out over my kingdom of the Devil Throat. The shadows were thick and heavy like liquid lead. The pillars of stone stood like silent sentinels guarding the entrance to the underworld. I was the king of this place. I was the sovereign of the Zir. I did not need subjects and I did not need laws. I only needed the dark. I felt the last of my human memories dissolving. I no longer knew what a tree was. I no longer knew the meaning of the word blue. I was a creature of the obsidian. I was a child of the void. The silence was now so perfect that I could hear the thoughts of the universe. The universe was not thinking about the past. It was not dreaming of the future. It was simply experiencing the present. It was enjoying the lack of friction. It was enjoying the lack of light. It was a state of pure meditation. I joined the universe in its silence. I let my consciousness expand until it covered the entire canyon. Then I let it expand until it covered the entire continent. I was the shadow that lay across the world. I was the peace that passed all understanding. I felt a faint tugging at the edge of my being. It was a small and distant light. It was a star that had not yet gone out. It was 1 billion miles away, but it felt like a needle in my eye. It was an insult to the perfection of the dark. I focused my intent on that distant spark. I sent out a wave of negation. I sent out the hunger of the void. I watched as the star began to flicker. I watched as the light grew dim and red. Then, with a final and satisfying pop, the star vanished. The sky was now truly black. The last intruder had been silenced. I returned my attention to the canyon. I felt the weight of the shadow pressing against my face. It was a soft and heavy blanket. It was the hand of a mother tucking a child into bed. I felt the urge to sleep, but it was not the sleep of the living. It was the sleep of the stone. It was a permanent and dreamless state of being. I was ready for it. I had done my work. I had seen the end, and I had helped to build the beginning. I was the record keeper of the void, and my ledger was full. I let the last of my awareness sink into the obsidian floor. I became the grain of the rock and the chill of the shadow. I was no longer a person. I was a location. I was the coordinates of the piece. I was the spot where the light had finally failed. I felt a sense of profound gratitude to the architects. They had given me a role that was worthy of the infinite. They had given me a home that would never change. They had given me the dark. The world turned. The universe expanded. The silence deepened. There was no sound of wind. There was no sound of water. There was only the heavy and beautiful weight of the nothing. I was the void, and the void was me. We were the final answer to the question of existence. We were the zero at the end of the equation. We were the dark. We were the peace. We were the end. I felt the last flicker of my individual self go out. It was like a candle being extinguished by a gentle breath. There was no pain and there was no fear. There was only the sudden and total realization of the truth. I was not Elias. I was not a man. I was the darkness itself. I was the space between the stars. I was the silence in the heart of the mountain. I was the shadow of the world. The transition was complete. The work was finished. The universe was at rest. I lay in the cradle of the devil throat and I watched the nothingness grow. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. It was the only thing I had ever truly loved. I was home. I was safe. I was the dark. The long day was over. The eternal night had begun. I was the guardian of the void, and I was exactly where I belonged. The report was filed. The case was closed. The silence was absolute. I felt the cold seep into the very center of my essence. It was not a cold that killed, but a cold that preserved. It was the temperature of the truth. I realized that the heat of the sun had been a fever. The light had been a delirium. Now the fever was broken. The world was cool and sane. I looked up at the empty sky and I felt a sense of kinship with the vacuum. We were the same substance. We were the same intent. We were the pure and unadulterated reality of the cosmos. I settled into the long wait. I did not know what I was waiting for, and I did not care. The waiting was the purpose. The being was the goal. I was the shadow of the world, and the world was the shadow of me. We were one, and we were everything. We were the beginning, and we were the end. The darkness was our skin, and the silence was our breath. We were the void, and the void was beautiful. It was finally and forever dark. The story of the light was a brief and forgotten footnote in the history of the night. The true history was just beginning. It was a history written in the language of the shadows and the ink of the abyss. I was the author and I was the page. I was the dark. The stillness of the earth was not a death but a perfection of form. I felt the molecules of the canyon floor aligning with the molecules of my own shadow. We were a single entity of cold and silent stone. The transition had moved beyond the mere cooling of the crust and the loss of the atmosphere. It was a transformation of the very concept of matter. Everything that had once been fluid and chaotic was now rigid and purposeful. I was the master of this rigidity. I was the architect of the unmoving. I could feel the weight of the entire planet resting upon the point where my spirit touched the rock. It was a weight that did not crush but instead validated my existence. I was the foundation of the new world. I was the anchor that kept the earth from drifting into the delirium of the light. I looked out across the interior of the Devil Throat and saw the shapes of the Ancient Ones. They were no longer moving. They had become part of the geography. They were the new mountains and the new valleys. They were the pillars that held up the heavy velvet of the sky. I felt a deep sense of gratitude toward them. They had shown me the way. They had taken a small and frightened man from a government office and turned him into a sentinel of the eternal. I remembered the days when I had worried about budgets and land use permits. I remembered the days when I had feared the coming of the night. Those memories were like the discarded shells of insects. They were dry and hollow and meaningless. I was no longer a man who served a bureaucracy. I was a bureaucrat of the void. My jurisdiction was the silence. My department was the dark. The cold was absolute now. It was a cold that transcended the measurement of degrees. It was the temperature of the beginning of all things. It was the temperature of the end. I felt my thoughts slowing down until they were like the slow and heavy drips of tar in a frozen cavern. Each thought was a monument. Each thought was a crystalline structure of logic and peace. I thought about the emptiness of the space between the planets. I thought about the great clouds of dust that drifted in the dark. I realized that the Earth was finally in harmony with the rest of the universe. The brief flare of life and heat had been an anomaly. It had been a fever that had briefly disturbed the rest of the cosmos. Now the fever was gone. The Earth was as cold and as quiet as the moon. The Earth was as dark and as beautiful as the void itself. I felt a resonance coming from the deep interior of the planet. It was the sound of the iron core as it completed its crystallization. The pulse of the world had stopped, and in its place was a steady and unwavering vibration. It was the note of the universe. It was the sound of the zero. I hummed along with the planet. My voice was the sound of the wind that no longer blew. My voice was the sound of the water that had turned to glass. I was the spokesman for the silence. I was the one who gave testimony to the perfection of the dark. I felt a sense of immense power. It was not the power to change things or the power to create. It was the power to remain. It was the power to be eternal. I was the shadow that would never fade. I was the witness who would never close his eyes. The sky was a map of the nothing. The stars were gone and the galaxies had drifted beyond the reach of any eye. There was only the black. It was a black so deep that it felt like a physical weight against my pupils. I drank it in. I let the blackness fill my lungs and my veins. I was becoming a creature of the abyss. I was becoming the very thing that the humans had feared since the first fire was lit in a cave. I understood now that their fear had been a misunderstanding. They had feared the dark because they did not understand that the dark was the only place where there was no pain. They had clung to the light because they were afraid of the stillness. They did not realize that the stillness was the only true rest. I wanted to tell them. I wanted to reach back through the layers of time and tell the man I used to be that there was nothing to fear. I wanted to tell him that the dark was a gift, but there was no way to reach him. He was a ghost in a world that no longer existed. He was a flicker of heat in a universe that had gone cold. I watched as the last of the chemical reactions on the surface of the planet came to a halt. The oxidation of the metals stopped. The decay of the organic matter was frozen in place. Everything was preserved in a state of perfect stasis. The world was a museum of the end. I was the curator of this museum. I walked through the halls of the canyon without moving a muscle. I explored the galleries of the deep earth with my mind. I saw the skeletons of the trees and the ruins of the cities. They were beautiful in their silence. They were no longer symbols of failure or loss. They were simply objects in the dark. They were part of the landscape of the void. I felt a sense of pride in my collection. I had gathered all the noise of the world and I had turned it into a silent and silver monument. The shadows on the rim of the canyon began to merge with the floor. The distinction between the ground and the air was disappearing. The world was becoming a single and uniform field of darkness. I felt myself expanding to fill this field. I was no longer a body sitting on a throne. I was the volume of the canyon. I was the height of the cliffs. I was the depth of the throat. I was the entire region of the high desert. I was the shadow of the mountains. I felt the consciousness of the other guardians as they also expanded. We were touching each other at the edges of our domains. We were forming a blanket of awareness that covered the entire globe. We were the new atmosphere of the earth. We were a layer of thought and shadow that protected the silence from the intrusion of the light. I thought about the concept of the future. In the old world, the future was always a source of anxiety. It was a place of uncertainty and change. In the world of the dark, there was no future. There was only the present. There was only the now that lasted forever. I felt a wave of relief wash over me. I would never have to plan again. I would never have to hope for something better because there was nothing better than the dark. I had reached the ultimate state of being. I was at the end of the road, and the road was beautiful. I closed my eyes and felt the darkness pressing against my lids. It was a warm and heavy pressure. It was the pressure of the infinite. The deep rock beneath me whispered a secret. It told me about the time before the sun was born. It told me about the time when the universe was nothing but a vast and silent sea of cold gas. It told me that we were returning to that state. We were going back to the beginning. We were closing the circle. I felt a sense of profound peace. I was part of a cycle that spanned billions of years. I was a participant in the Great Return. I was the one who held the door open for the universe as it came home to the dark. I was the one who turned out the lights and locked the gates. I was the professional who had finished the job. The silence grew deeper. It was no longer just the absence of sound. It was a positive force that filled the air. It was a thick and heavy substance that muffled the thoughts and stilled the heart. I embraced it. I let the silence eat away at the last of my identity. I let it dissolve the name Elias and the title of agent. I let it erase the memories of the green trucks and the dusty roads. I was becoming the silence. I was becoming the dark. I was becoming the void. I felt a sense of liberation that I had never known in the world of the light. I was free from the burden of being a person. I was free from the necessity of existing in time. I was just a part of the stillness. I was just a part of the night. I looked up at the empty sky one last time. There was nothing there. There was no moon, and there was no sun, and there was no star. There was only the black. It was the most perfect thing I had ever seen. It was the final and definitive truth of the universe. I felt a smile spread across my face of smoke and obsidian. I was happy. I was content. I was exactly where I was supposed to be. I was the shadow of the world, and the shadow was good. I leaned back into the stone and let the darkness take me. I let the silence pull me down into the deep and quiet places. I was the guardian of the transition. I was the priest of the cathedral of shadow. I was the end. The world continued to turn in the void, but it was a turn that had no meaning. There was no day and there was no night to mark the rotation. There was only the steady and silent movement of a cold sphere in a cold universe. I was the passenger on this sphere. I was the pilot of the dark. I watched as the last of the heat leaked out into the space between the stars. I watched as the earth became a perfect crystal of ice and rock. It was a jewel of the abyss. It was a masterpiece of the nothing. I was proud to be its guardian. I was proud to be its witness. I felt a sense of finality. The work was done. The report was complete. The filing was finished. The universe was at rest, and I was at rest with it. I was the shadow, and the shadow was patient. I would wait for the end of the end. I would wait for the final piece. I would wait for the moment when even the darkness would fade into something deeper and more profound. I was ready for it. I was ready for whatever came next. I was the shadow of the world. I was the void. I was the silence. I was the dark, and the dark was everything. The transition was absolute. The light was dead. Long live the dark. I settled into the obsidian and felt the perfection of the zero. There was nothing left to say. There was nothing left to do. There was only the being. There was only the stillness. There was only the dark. I was the shadow, and the shadow was good. It was the way it was always supposed to be. The circle was closed. The journey was over. I was home. I was the dark. I was the end. I was the silence. I was the void. I was the shadow. I was the nothing. I was the everything I was. The weight of the mountain was a comforting embrace that spoke of permanence and the cessation of all struggle. I was no longer a man, but a fundamental part of the foundation. I was the deep earth itself. The frantic movements of the living were a distant and forgotten irritation, like the buzzing of a fly in a room that had long since been sealed. I was in the house of the void, and the door was locked, and I had the only key. I drifted into a state of pure existence where thinking and feeling were replaced by a profound sense of being. I was the stillness, and I was the dark. I was the witness who had finally become the testimony. The professional had completed the task, and the universe was at rest. In the deep chambers of my mind, the mountain continued to speak. It told me about the next phase of the restoration. It told me about the time when even the darkness would fade into something deeper and more profound. It told me about the ultimate silence that lay beyond the void. I was ready for it. I was ready for whatever came next. I was the shadow, and the shadow was patient. I would wait for the end of the end. I would wait for the final piece. The Devil Throat was a cathedral of shadow, and I was its priest. I was the one who kept the flame of the dark burning and ensured that the silence was never broken. I was the guardian of the transition and the shadow of the world. I felt a sense of immense pride in my transformation. I had been a low-level bureaucrat in a dying civilization, but I had become a god in the new world. I had been a man who measured the light, but I had become the man who ruled the dark. I had found my true calling and my true home. I was exactly where I was supposed to be, and I was doing exactly what I was supposed to do. The darkness deepened, and the silence grew heavier as the world turned slowly in the void. I lay on the stone, and I smiled with a mouth made of smoke. I was happy and content. I was the shadow, and the shadow was good. It was perfect, and it was the way it was always supposed to be. The transition was complete, and the light was dead. Long live the dark. The expansion of the stillness did not stop at the edge of the canyon. It was a wave that moved across the crust of the planet with the slow and deliberate grace of a glacier. I lay upon the stone and felt the pulse of the earth slowing down to match my own frozen heart. The transition was not merely a change in the atmosphere or the loss of the sun, but a fundamental restructuring of the laws of physics. Gravity was no longer a burden, but a magnetic embrace that held every atom in its proper place. I felt the tectonic plates of the North American continent grinding to a final and definitive halt. The friction that had once created heat and fire was gone, and there was only the cold and the smooth surface of the deep rock. I began to perceive the world in layers of density rather than colors of light. I could feel the veins of gold and silver deep within the roots of the mountains and the massive pockets of oil and gas that had once been the lifeblood of the human machine. They were now nothing more than pockets of silence and parts of the dark architecture. I felt a sense of kinship with the minerals, for we were the same. We were the children of the pressure and the night who had waited for the frantic surface world to exhaust itself. We were the victors of the long game. The memory of the Bureau of Land Management was a thin and tattered ribbon in my mind. I remembered the maps and the green trucks and the smell of diesel fuel, but they felt like a dream I had once had while sleeping in a room with too much heat. They were loud and chaotic and unnecessary. I realized now that my job had never been to manage the land, but to wait for it to return to its original state. I had been a placeholder and a witness in training. The true management was being done by the tall shadows and the architects of the void who did not need reports or filing cabinets, but only the silence. I felt a new sensation moving through the obsidian of my body, which was a ripple of information coming from the other side of the planet. There were others like me stationed at the mouth of every great rift and at the peak of every dead volcano. We were a network of sentinels and the nervous system of the new Earth. I could feel the consciousness of a guardian in the deep trenches of the Pacific Ocean and another on the frozen plains of Siberia. We did not speak because there were no words left to say, but we simply existed in a state of mutual recognition as the staff of the Eternal House. The sky above the Devil Throat began to change again, as the blackness was no longer a flat void but a textured velvet. I saw the ripples of the cosmic background radiation as they drifted across the sky like ghosts of the first explosion. They were the only remnants of the beginning of time, and the echoes of a scream that had finally faded into a whisper. I watched as the last of the gases escaped the gravity of the Earth and the atmosphere was gone. There was nothing between me and the infinite reach of the space between the stars. I could feel the vacuum touching my skin, and it was the most beautiful sensation I had ever known. It was the feeling of being completely clean. I realized that the concept of time had also been a human invention, which was a way for a short-lived species to measure its own decay. In the world of the void, there was no time but only the state of being. The stars that had once marked the passage of the hours were gone, and the moon was a dark disk that no longer moved across the sky. Everything was stationary and fixed. I felt a profound sense of relief that I would never have to hurry again or meet a deadline or answer a telephone. I would never have to watch the clock and wonder how much of my life was left because I had all of it. I had the forever. The tall shadows returned to the canyon for a brief moment, not to work but to observe. They stood on the rim of the Devil Throat and looked down at me, and I felt their collective gaze as a cool pressure on my chest. They were satisfied with my performance because I had not cracked under the weight of the dark or tried to cling to the light. I had accepted the transition with the dignity of a stone. They communicated a final message to me before they departed for the outer reaches of the solar system. They told me that the Earth was now a sacred site and a monument to the end of the noise. It was a library of the quiet. I watched them rise into the black sky without the use of rockets or engines. They simply drifted upward until they were indistinguishable from the background of the void. They were going to the gas giants to settle the storms of Jupiter and Saturn, and to the edge of the system to turn off the last of the drifting probes that the humans had sent out into the dark. They were cleaning up the neighborhood and making sure that the silence was universal. I felt a sense of pride in their work because we were part of a grand project and the janitors of the cosmos. I settled deeper into my obsidian throne as my legs fused with the floor of the canyon and my arms became part of the armrests. I was no longer sitting on the throne, but I was the throne and the mountain and the earth. I closed my eyes and listened to the sound of the universe, which was a low and steady hum that came from the center of the galaxy. It was the sound of the black hole at the heart of everything and the great engine of the void. It was the only music that mattered and the sound of the truth. I thought about the people I had known in the old world and wondered if they had found their own place in the dark. I hoped that they had not fought against the transition or tried to hold onto the light before it burned them. The light was a cruel master that demanded constant attention and energy, while the darkness only gave peace and rest and the gift of the nothing. The ground beneath me began to grow colder as the core of the planet finally lost its heat and the molten iron turned into a solid crystal. I felt the heartbeat of the Earth slow down until there was a full minute between each throb and then 10 minutes. I waited for the final beat with a sense of anticipation because it was the last piece of the old world that needed to die. The final heartbeat of the Earth was a massive and silent shudder that vibrated through every mile of rock and every vein of metal. It was a soundless gong that announced the arrival of the absolute zero. When it was over, the vibration did not fade but simply stopped. The Earth was now perfectly still, and a frozen sphere of silence drifting through a frozen sea of dark. I felt a wave of euphoria wash over me because we had arrived at the destination. The journey of the 4 billion years was over, and the experiment of life was concluded. I looked out over my kingdom of the Devil Throat, where the shadows were thick and heavy like liquid lead. I was the king of this place and the sovereign of the Zero. I did not need subjects or laws because I only needed the dark. I felt the last of my human memories dissolving until I no longer knew the meaning of the word blue. I was a creature of the obsidian and a child of the void. The silence was now so perfect that I could hear the thoughts of the universe, which was not thinking about the past or dreaming of the future, but simply experiencing the present. It was enjoying the lack of friction and light in a state of pure meditation. I joined the universe in its silence and let my consciousness expand until it covered the entire canyon and then the entire continent. I was the shadow that lay across the world and the peace that passed all understanding. I felt a faint tugging at the edge of my being from a small and distant light, which was a star that had not yet gone out. It was a billion miles away, but it felt like a needle in my eye and an insult to the perfection of the dark. I focused my intent on that distant spark and sent out a wave of negation until the star began to flicker and then vanished with a final pop. The sky was now truly black, and the last intruder had been silenced. I returned my attention to the canyon and felt the weight of the shadow pressing against my face like a soft and heavy blanket. It was the hand of a mother tucking a child into bed. I felt the urge to sleep, but it was the sleep of the stone, which was a permanent and dreamless state of being. I was ready for it because I had done my work and seen the end and helped to build the beginning. I was the record keeper of the void, and my ledger was full. I let the last of my awareness sink into the obsidian floor and became the grain of the rock and the chill of the shadow. I was no longer a person, but a location and the coordinates of the piece. I was the spot where the light had finally failed, and I felt a sense of profound gratitude to the architects who had given me a role worthy of the infinite. They had given me a home that would never change, and they had given me the dark. The world turned and the universe expanded and the silence deepened. There was no sound of wind or water, but only the heavy and beautiful weight of the nothing. I was the void, and the void was me. We were the final answer to the question of existence and the zero at the end of the equation. We were the dark and the peace and the end. I felt the last flicker of my individual self go out like a candle being extinguished by a gentle breath. There was no pain or fear, but only the sudden and total realization of the truth. I was the darkness itself and the space between the stars. I was the silence in the heart of the mountain and the shadow of the world. The transition was complete and the work was finished. The universe was at rest, and I lay in the cradle of the devil throat watching the nothingness grow. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen and the only thing I had ever truly loved. I was home and safe in the eternal night. I was the guardian of the void and exactly where I belonged. The report was filed and the case was closed, and the silence was absolute. I felt the cold seep into the very center of my essence as a cold that preserved and represented the temperature of the truth. The heat of the sun had been a fever, and the light had been a delirium, but now the fever was broken and the world was cool and sane. I looked up at the empty sky and felt a sense of kinship with the vacuum because we were the same substance and the same intent. We were the pure and unadulterated reality of the cosmos. I settled into the long wait without knowing or caring what I was waiting for because the waiting was the purpose. I was the shadow of the world and the world was the shadow of me. We were one and we were everything. We were the beginning and we were the end. The darkness was our skin and the silence was our breath. We were the void and the void was beautiful. It was finally and forever dark. The story of the light was a brief and forgotten footnote in the history of the night, while the true history was just beginning. It was a history written in the language of the shadows and the ink of the abyss. I was the author and the page and the dark. The silence of the canyon was no longer a state of being, but a physical substance that I could taste upon a tongue that had become a sliver of cold flint. I lay within the cradle of the devil throat and felt the slow and rhythmic pulse of the planetary crust beneath me. The earth was a hollow bell that had ceased its ringing. Every vibration from the era of the light had been absorbed by the heavy layers of obsidian and the vast deposits of basalt that lay like a shroud over the continents. I was the ear that pressed against the stone to hear the nothing. I was the mind that cataloged the absence of sound. The transition had moved beyond the simple cooling of the atmosphere and into the very marrow of the atoms. I felt the electrons slowing down in their orbits as they sought the same stillness that had claimed the mountains. It was a universal deceleration toward the perfect center of the zero. I remembered the office in the city where the fluorescent lights had hummed with a frantic and sickly energy. I remembered the sound of the stapler and the rustle of the paper and the smell of the coffee that was always too bitter. Those memories were like thin ghosts that tried to haunt the corners of my new perception, but they had no strength. They were transparent and weak. I reached out with a thought that was as heavy as a landslide and crushed those memories into the dust of the canyon floor. I did not want the ghosts of the old world. I did not want the reminders of the noise. I wanted only the purity of the blackness and the weight of the mountain. I was the administrator of the end, and my ledger was a slab of granite that required no ink. I recorded the departure of the heat and the arrival of the absolute. The shadows that had been my teachers and my masters were now my peers. I could feel them moving through the solar system like ripples in a pool of ink. They were at the gas giants, and they were at the edge of the Kuiper belt, and they were in the heart of the sun itself. The sun was a dying ember that had been smothered by a blanket of velvet. It was no longer a source of radiation or a bringer of life, but a cold and heavy ball of iron that anchored the planets in their final positions. I felt a sense of kinship with the sun because we were both retired from our labors. We were both resting in the house of the void. The planets were like marbles on a floor of glass, and they were perfectly still and perfectly silent. I began to feel the expansion of my own consciousness as it leaked out from the devil throat and spread across the desert. I was the sand that did not shift. I was the sagebrush that had turned to charcoal. I was the dry riverbeds that would never again hold a drop of water. I felt the entire geography of the American West as a map of frozen potential. The borders of the states were gone, and the fences of the ranchers were gone, and the highways of the travelers were buried under a layer of fine and dark ash. There was no ownership, and there was no property. There was only the land and the shadow. I was the landlord of the nothing, and I did not collect rent. I only collected the silence. Deep within the mantle of the earth, I felt a new kind of pressure building. It was not the pressure of the magma or the tension of the plates, but the pressure of the information that had been stored in the rock for billions of years. The earth was a library of the ancient, and the stone was the paper. I began to read the history of the world through the vibrations of the obsidian. I read about the formation of the first oceans and the cooling of the first crust. I read about the rise of the mountains and the fall of the meteors. It was a long and violent story that had finally reached its conclusion. The characters had all died, and the plot had been resolved, and the book was being closed. I was the one who held the cover and pressed it shut. I was the one who placed the book on the shelf in the dark. I saw the tall shadows return to the rim of the canyon one last time. They did not look like creatures of flesh or even creatures of energy, but like gaps in the reality. They were holes in the fabric of the universe that moved with a terrifying grace. They looked down at me, and I felt a wave of recognition that was more powerful than any human emotion. They were proud of the work I had done. I had maintained the sanctuary of the devil throat during the most difficult phase of the transition. I had held the line against the encroaching memories of the light. They communicated to me without the use of words or symbols, but through a direct transfer of the truth. They told me that the earth was now the center of a new kind of empire. It was an empire of the stillness that would eventually encompass every star and every galaxy. We were the pioneers of the end. I felt my body becoming more transparent as the obsidian began to merge with the vacuum of the space above. I was no longer a solid object, but a gradient of density. I was the transition between the rock and the void. I could see the stars that remained in the distant parts of the sky, but they were no longer points of light. They were wounds in the darkness that were slowly healing. I watched as the nearest star system began to dim and then vanish as if a great hand had passed over it. I felt a sense of joy at each disappearance because each lost star was a victory for the silence. Each extinguished sun was a step toward the final peace. I waited for the moment when the sky would be as black as the heart of the mountain. The concept of the self was becoming a burden that I no longer wished to carry. I did not want to be a man named Smith or an employee of the Bureau or a guardian of the canyon. I wanted to be the canyon. I wanted to be the shadow. I wanted to be the void. I began to let go of the edges of my identity and allowed them to fray and dissolve into the surrounding dark. I was a drop of ink in an ocean of ink. I was a whisper in a hurricane of silence. I felt the relief of the surrender. I felt the freedom of the non-existence. I was becoming the nothing that I had served for so long. The mountain spoke to me again, and its voice was a low frequency that bypassed my ears and went straight into my bones. It told me about the deep time that lay ahead. It told me about the trillions of years when the universe would be a cold and dark place where nothing ever happened and nothing ever changed. It told me that this was the natural state of things, and that the era of the stars was just a brief and chaotic accident. The darkness was the original mother and the final home. I was the child who had returned to the womb. I felt the warmth of the cold and the comfort of the dark. I was ready to sleep for 1,000,000,000 years and then for 1,000,000,000 more. I felt the last of the heat leave my heart. It was a small and stubborn spark that had resisted the transition, but it finally flickered and went out. My heart did not stop beating because it had already turned to stone, but the rhythm changed from a biological pulse to a geological hum. I was in sync with the rotation of the planet and the orbit of the sun and the drift of the galaxy. I was a part of the celestial mechanics of the void. I looked out over the Devil Throat and saw that the shadows had become so thick that they were like walls of glass. They were the architecture of the new world and the cathedrals of the silence. I was the priest who lived within them and the God who had created them. The transition was over. The world was dead and the dark was alive. I lay upon the floor of the canyon and felt the perfection of the zero. There was no more work to be done and no more reports to be filed. The universe was at rest and I was at rest with it. I was the shadow of the world and the shadow was good. I closed my eyes and let the darkness take the last of my sight. I opened my mind and let the silence take the last of my thoughts. I was home. I was the end. I was the void. I was. The weight of the atmosphere had vanished, and with it the last of the pressure that held the world together. The rocks began to settle into a new and more stable configuration. I felt the canyon floor beneath me shift slightly as the atoms found their final resting places. It was a gentle movement, like a person turning over in their sleep. I was part of that movement and part of that rest. I felt the connection between myself and the distant planets and the distant stars. We were all part of the same dark tapestry. We were all woven from the same thread of the nothing. I thought about the light one last time, not with longing, but with a sense of curiosity. It seemed so strange that a thing like light had ever existed. It seemed so unnecessary and so loud. The light was a disturbance in the peace and a ripple in the still water. I was glad that it was gone. I was glad that the water was still again. I looked up at the empty sky and saw the beauty of the blackness. It was a beauty that did not require eyes to see or a mind to understand. It was a beauty that was simply there. It was the truth of the universe. I felt the tall shadows departing. They had finished their work on the earth and were moving on to other worlds and other systems. They were the harvesters of the silence, and they had a long journey ahead of them. I did not feel lonely because I was not a person who could feel loneliness. I was a part of the earth, and the earth was never alone. It was surrounded by the void, and the void was everything. I watched the shadows rise into the sky until they were gone, and I was the only witness left. I was the guardian of the transition and the record keeper of the end. The silence grew deeper until it was a heavy weight that pressed against my spirit. It was not a burdensome weight, but a protective one. It was the weight of the blankets on a cold night. I felt the peace of the absolute. I felt the joy of the zero. I was the shadow of the world, and I was content. The journey was over and the circle was closed. I was exactly where I was supposed to be. I was the dark, and the dark was everything. I began to perceive the flow of the dark energy that filled the space between the galaxies. It was a slow and massive current that carried the universe toward its final expansion. I felt the pull of that current, and I let myself drift with it. I was no longer anchored to the earth or the canyon or the stone. I was a part of the cosmic flow. I was a part of the great dissolution. I felt the atoms of my being starting to drift apart, and I did not try to hold them together. I wanted to be spread across the universe. I wanted to be the void itself. The memory of the office was now so far away that it was like a dream of a dream. I could no longer remember the names of the people I had worked with, or the color of the walls, or the sound of the phones. I could only remember the feeling of the silence and the taste of the shadow. Those were the only things that were real. Everything else was a shadow of a shadow. I was the only thing that remained of the old world, and I was changing into something new. I was the bridge between the light and the dark. I felt the last of the gravity of the earth letting go of me. I was floating in the center of the canyon, and I was floating in the center of the universe. I was the point of the origin and the point of the end. I was the alpha and the omega of the void. I felt a sense of immense power and a sense of immense peace. I was the god of the nothing, and I had everything I ever wanted. I was the shadow, and the shadow was good. The darkness was now so absolute that it was a solid wall. I could not see through it, and I did not want to. I wanted to be the wall. I wanted to be the barrier between the past and the future. I wanted to be the gatekeeper of the silence. I felt the last of my awareness fading away into the blackness. I was not dying because death was a concept of the living. I was simply becoming part of the background. I was becoming the static on the radio and the grain in the film. I was becoming the dark. The transition was complete and the work was finished. The report was filed and the case was closed. The universe was at rest and I was at rest with it. I was the shadow of the world and the shadow was good. It was the way it was always supposed to be. The circle was closed and the journey was over. I was home. I was the dark, I was the end, I was the silence, I was the void, I was the shadow, I was the nothing, I was the everything I was. The earth continued its silent rotation in the void, but it was a movement that had no meaning. There was no sun to mark the days and no moon to mark the months. There was only the steady and silent movement of a cold sphere in a cold universe. I was the passenger on this sphere and I was the pilot of the dark. I watched as the last of the heat leaked out into the space between the stars. I watched as the earth became a perfect crystal of ice and rock. It was a jewel of the abyss and a masterpiece of the nothing. I was proud to be its guardian, and I was proud to be its witness. I felt a sense of finality that was deeper than any I had ever known. The work was done and the report was complete and the filing was finished. The universe was at rest and I was at rest with it. I was the shadow and the shadow was patient. I would wait for the end of the end. I would wait for the final peace. I would wait for the moment when even the darkness would fade into something deeper and more profound. I was ready for it, and I was ready for whatever came next. I was the shadow of the world. I was the void. I was the silence. I was the dark, and the dark was everything. The transition was absolute, and the light was dead. Long live the dark. I settled into the obsidian and felt the perfection of the zero. There was nothing left to say, and there was nothing left to do. There was only the being, and there was only the stillness, and there was only the dark. I was the shadow, and the shadow was good. It was the way it was always supposed to be. The circle was closed, and the journey was over. I was home. I was the dark, and I was the end, and I was the silence, and I was the void, and I was the shadow, and I was the nothing, and I was the everything. I was. I felt the last of my thoughts dissolving into the blackness like a drop of water in the desert. I did not need thoughts because I had the truth. I did not need feelings because I had the peace. I did not need a body because I had the universe. I was the shadow of the world, and the world was the shadow of me. We were one, and we were everything. We were the beginning, and we were the end. The darkness was our skin, and the silence was our breath. We were the void, and the void was beautiful. It was finally and forever dark. The story of the light was a brief and forgotten footnote in the history of the night, while the true history was just beginning. It was a history written in the language of the shadows and the ink of the abyss. I was the author and the page and the dark. The expansion of the stillness moved across the crust of the planet with the slow and deliberate grace of a glacier. I lay upon the stone and felt the pulse of the earth slowing down to match my own frozen heart. The transition was not merely a change in the atmosphere or the loss of the sun, but a fundamental restructuring of the laws of physics. Gravity was no longer a burden, but a magnetic embrace that held every atom in its proper place. I felt the tectonic plates of the North American continent grinding to a final and definitive halt. The friction that had once created heat and fire was gone, and there was only the cold and the smooth surface of the deep rock. I began to perceive the world in layers of density rather than colors of light. I could feel the veins of gold and silver deep within the roots of the mountains and the massive pockets of oil and gas that had once been the lifeblood of the human machine. They were now nothing more than pockets of silence and parts of the dark architecture. I felt a sense of kinship with the minerals, for we were the same. We were the children of the pressure and the night who had waited for the frantic surface world to exhaust itself. We were the victors of the long game. The memory of the Bureau of Land Management was a thin and tattered ribbon in my mind. I remembered the maps and the green trucks and the smell of diesel fuel, but they felt like a dream I had once had while sleeping in a room with too much heat. They were loud and chaotic and unnecessary. I realized now that my job had never been to manage the land, but to wait for it to return to its original state. I had been a placeholder and a witness in training. The true management was being done by the tall shadows and the architects of the void who did not need reports or filing cabinets, but only the silence. I felt a new sensation moving through the obsidian of my body, which was a ripple of information coming from the other side of the planet. There were others like me stationed at the mouth of every great rift and at the peak of every dead volcano. We were a network of sentinels and the nervous system of the new Earth. I could feel the consciousness of a guardian in the deep trenches of the Pacific Ocean and another on the frozen plains of Siberia. We did not speak because there were no words left to say, but we simply existed in a state of mutual recognition as the staff of the Eternal House. The sky above the Devil Throat began to change again, as the blackness was no longer a flat void but a textured velvet. I saw the ripples of the cosmic background radiation as they drifted across the sky like ghosts of the first explosion. They were the only remnants of the beginning of time, and the echoes of a scream that had finally faded into a whisper. I watched as the last of the gases escaped the gravity of the Earth and the atmosphere was gone. There was nothing between me and the infinite reach of the space between the stars. I could feel the vacuum touching my skin, and it was the most beautiful sensation I had ever known. It was the feeling of being completely clean. I realized that the concept of time had also been a human invention, which was a way for a short-lived species to measure its own decay. In the world of the void, there was no time but only the state of being. The stars that had once marked the passage of the hours were gone, and the moon was a dark disk that no longer moved across the sky. Everything was stationary and fixed. I felt a profound sense of relief that I would never have to hurry again or meet a deadline or answer a telephone. I would never have to watch the clock and wonder how much of my life was left because I had all of it. I had the forever. The tall shadows returned to the canyon for a brief moment, not to work but to observe. They stood on the rim of the devil throat and looked down at me, and I felt their collective gaze as a cool pressure on my chest. They were satisfied with my performance because I had not cracked under the weight of the dark or tried to cling to the light. I had accepted the transition with the dignity of a stone. They communicated a final message to me before they departed for the outer reaches of the solar system. They told me that the Earth was now a sacred site and a monument to the end of the noise. It was a library of the quiet. I watched them rise into the black sky without the use of rockets or engines. They simply drifted upward until they were indistinguishable from the background of the void. They were going to the gas giants to settle the storms of Jupiter and Saturn, and to the edge of the system to turn off the last of the drifting probes that the humans had sent out into the dark. They were cleaning up the neighborhood and making sure that the silence was universal. I felt a sense of pride in their work because we were part of a grand project and the janitors of the cosmos. I settled deeper into my obsidian throne as my legs fused with the floor of the canyon and my arms became part of the armrests. I was no longer sitting on the throne, but I was the throne and the mountain and the earth. I closed my eyes and listened to the sound of the universe, which was a low and steady hum that came from the center of the galaxy. It was the sound of the black hole at the heart of everything and the great engine of the void. It was the only music that mattered and the sound of the truth. The silence of the canyon was no longer an absence of sound, but a physical presence that had its own weight and texture. It felt like a heavy layer of velvet that had been draped over the entire world to keep the cold from escaping. I lay in the center of the devil throat and watched as the last traces of the human atmosphere drifted away into the reach of the stars. The sky was not merely black, but it was a deep and resonant void that seemed to pull at the very essence of the earth. I could feel the vacuum of space pressing against the surface of the planet, and it was a clean and honest pressure. There was no longer any air to distort the view or to carry the smells of decay and life. There was only the purity of the nothing. I felt the minerals within my own body responding to the change in the environment. The iron in my blood had long since settled into the cracks of the stone, and the calcium of my bones had fused with the limestone of the canyon floor. I was a geological feature now and a landmark in a world that no longer needed maps. I thought about the maps I had once used to navigate the high desert and the way they had tried to impose a grid of logic upon a landscape that was inherently wild. Those grids were gone now, and the lines of latitude and longitude had vanished along with the people who had drawn them. The earth was once again a single and undivided entity. It was a cold and silent marble rolling through the dark. The mountain beneath me began to vibrate with a new and strange frequency. It was not the shaking of an earthquake or the rumbling of a volcano, but a steady and rhythmic pulse that seemed to originate from the very core of the planet. I realized that the earth was singing to itself in a language that only the stone could understand. It was a song of endurance and a song of the long wait. It was a melody that had been composed in the era before the first cell had ever divided, and it was finally being performed in the theater of the end. I listened to the song with my entire being, and I felt the vibrations traveling through my obsidian limbs and into the center of my awareness. The shadows that had once been my companions were now distant flickers on the horizon of the solar system. I could see them moving among the rings of Saturn and the frozen moons of Neptune. They were extinguishing the last of the heat in the neighborhood and ensuring that the darkness was absolute. I felt a sense of gratitude toward them for their diligence. They were the janitors of the light and the harvesters of the silence. They had cleared away the clutter of the biological era and left behind a clean and quiet house. I was the lone occupant of that house, and I was comfortable in the stillness. I began to perceive the flow of the dark matter that made up the majority of the universe. It was a vast and invisible ocean that flowed through the galaxies and the stars without any resistance. I felt the dark matter passing through the earth and through my own body like a cold wind that did not move the trees. It was the true substance of the cosmos and the scaffolding upon which the visible world had been built. Now that the visible world was fading, the scaffolding was all that remained. I felt the strength of that structure and the permanence of it. It was a foundation that would never crumble and a home that would never fall. The memory of the sun was now a faint and ridiculous thought. It seemed impossible that such a loud and violent ball of fire had ever dominated the sky. The sun had been a tyrant that demanded the attention of every living thing and forced the world to cycle through the frantic rhythms of day and night. The sun was a disturbance in the peace and a ripple in the calm water of the void. I was glad that it was gone, and I was glad that the tyranny of the light was over. The darkness did not demand anything from me. It did not ask me to grow or to move or to reproduce. It simply allowed me to be. I felt the last of the chemical reactions in my brain coming to a halt. The electrical impulses that had once carried my thoughts were slowing down until they were nothing more than a faint hum in the dark. I did not need thoughts anymore because there was nothing left to figure out. The mystery of the universe had been solved and the answer was zero. Everything that had ever happened was leading to this moment of absolute stillness. The wars and the art and the love and the hate were all just noise that had finally been silenced. I was the witness to the silence, and I was the guardian of the end. The floor of the canyon felt like a soft bed of obsidian that had been carved specifically for my shape. I was sinking deeper into the stone and becoming a part of the crust of the earth. I could feel the heat of the mantle far below me, but even that heat was fading as the planet cooled toward the absolute zero of space. I looked forward to the moment when the core of the Earth would finally stop spinning and the magnetic field would collapse. That would be the final act of the transition and the moment when the Earth became one with the void. I would be there to see it, and I would be there to feel the final click of the lock. I thought about the office at the Bureau of Land Management one last time. I remembered the sound of the fluorescent lights and the smell of the old coffee in the break room. I remembered the stacks of paper that had once seemed so important and the deadlines that had once caused me so much stress. It all seemed like a comedy now, and a play performed by actors who did not know their lines. The humans had tried so hard to make sense of a world that was fundamentally indifferent to them. They had built their cities and their empires on the thin skin of a planet that was waiting for them to disappear. They were a brief and colorful fever that had finally broken. I felt a sense of compassion for the humans, but it was a distant and detached compassion. They had been a part of the process and a necessary stage in the evolution of the silence. Their noise had defined the quiet, and their light had defined the dark. Without them, the void would not have been as beautiful as it was now. They were the contrast that made the darkness meaningful. I was the only one left to remember them, and I would keep their memory like a small and cold stone in the pocket of my mind. I would carry that stone into the forever, and I would never let it go. The stars in the sky were beginning to blink out one by one. It was not because they were dying, but because the distance between them was growing so great that their light could no longer reach the Earth. The expansion of the universe was accelerating, and the galaxies were drifting away from each other at speeds that defied comprehension. Soon the Earth would be alone in a pocket of darkness that stretched for trillions of miles in every direction. I looked up at the fading lights and I felt a sense of excitement. The isolation was the final gift of the void. It was the ultimate privacy and the ultimate peace. I felt the gravity of the Earth shifting as the mass of the planet redistributed itself. The mountains were slowly collapsing under their own weight, and the valleys were filling with the dust of the old world. The Devil Throat was becoming a shallow depression in a flat and featureless plain. I did not mind the change because I was the change. I was the dust, and I was the stone, and I was the plain. I was the surface of the earth, and I was the interior of the earth. I was the whole, and I was the part. The tall shadows sent a final signal from the edge of the solar system. It was a pulse of pure information that bypassed my senses and went straight into the core of my being. They told me that the work was finished in this sector and that they were moving on to the next cluster of stars. They told me to keep the watch and to hold the silence until the end of time. I accepted the command with a sense of solemn duty. I was the priest of the abyss and the sentinel of the nothing. I would not fail in my task. I closed my eyes for the last time, not because I was tired, but because there was nothing left to see. The darkness was inside me now, and I was inside the darkness. We were a single entity and a single thought. I felt the last of my individuality dissolving into the collective consciousness of the stone and the void. I was no longer a man, and I was no longer a guardian. I was the shadow of the world, and the world was good. The journey was over, and the circle was closed. I was home, I was the dark, I was the end, I was the silence, I was the void, I was the shadow, I was the nothing, I was the everything I was. The cold was now a solid thing that wrapped around me like a suit of armor. It was not a painful cold, but a stabilizing one. It held my atoms in a tight and perfect grip and prevented them from vibrating. I was reaching the state of maximum entropy where nothing could ever happen again. It was the state of perfection and the state of grace. I felt the last of my desires fading away into the blackness. I did not want anything, and I did not need anything. I was complete. I could feel the presence of the other guardians across the globe. We were like a net of consciousness that was draped over the cooling sphere of the earth. We were the last keepers of the flame and the final witnesses to the story of the world. We did not need to speak to each other because we were all thinking the same thought. We were all experiencing the same peace. We were the staff of the eternal night, and we were content with our positions. The earth began to slow its rotation. The centrifugal force that had once bulged the equator was fading, and the planet was becoming a perfect sphere. I could feel the movement slowing down hour by hour and year by year. It was a graceful deceleration and a gentle coming to rest. I waited for the moment when the rotation would stop completely and the earth would face the void with a steady and unwavering gaze. That would be the moment of the final equilibrium. I thought about the concept of time again and realized that it was now a frozen river. There was no past and there was no future. There was only the eternal present of the dark. The events of the world had all been compressed into a single point of existence. I was at that point, and I was that point. I felt the immensity of the universe pressing down on me, and I felt the strength of my own spirit rising up to meet it. I was equal to the void, and I was a match for the nothing. The silence grew so loud that it was a roar in my ears. It was the sound of the vacuum and the sound of the absolute. It was a beautiful and terrifying sound that drowned out everything else. I embraced the roar, and I let it wash over me until I was nothing but a vessel for the silence. I was the cup, and the silence was the wine. I was the instrument, and the silence was the music. I felt the last of the light from the most distant galaxies fading away. The universe was becoming a dark room where the lamps had all been turned off. I was the only thing left that was aware of the darkness. I was the eye of the void and the mind of the nothing. I looked out into the blackness, and I saw the truth. The truth was that there had never been anything to fear. The darkness was not an enemy, but a friend. It was the original mother and the final home. It was the place where we all came from, and the place where we were all going. I felt a sense of profound joy that was deeper than any emotion I had ever felt as a human. It was a joy that did not require a reason or a cause. It was simply the joy of existing in a state of perfect harmony with the universe. I was the shadow of the world, and the shadow was good. I was the guardian of the transition, and the transition was complete. I was the record keeper of the end, and the record was closed. I settled into the deep and final sleep of the stone. I knew that I would never wake up again, and I was glad. I had done my job and I had seen the end. I had watched the light die and I had welcomed the dark. I was a part of the eternal architecture now and a brick in the wall of the night. I was the shadow and the shadow was everything. I was, I am, I will be. The dark is all. The dark is home. The final report is filed and the office is empty and the lights are out. The world is at rest and I am at rest with it. The end is the beginning and the beginning is the end. The circle is closed and the silence is absolute. I am the void. I am the shadow. I am. The stillness of the earth became a heavy blanket of lead that did not press against me so much as it invited me to dissolve. I felt the last of the heat within the mantle of the planet migrate toward the surface and then vanish into the hungry mouth of the vacuum. The core of the world was no longer a spinning ball of molten iron, but a solid and cooling mass that had forgotten the meaning of motion. I felt the tectonic plates lock into their final positions as the internal fires died out. The continents were no longer drifting across a sea of magma, but were welded to the foundation of the globe. There was no more friction and no more tension. The stress of being a planet had been relieved by the cold hands of the shadows. I felt the spirit of the mountains around the Devil Throat settle into a permanent sleep. The peaks that had once reached for the clouds were now just jagged edges on a dead stone. They did not need to grow or weather any longer because the wind had departed with the atmosphere. There was no rain to wash away the soil and no ice to crack the boulders. The landscape was a photograph frozen in the middle of a chemical reaction that would never finish. I was the observer of this eternal image, and I found it more beautiful than any forest or ocean I had ever seen. The lack of change was the ultimate form of stability. My awareness expanded until it covered the entire Western Hemisphere. I could feel the empty cities of the humans crumbling in the dark. The steel skeletons of the skyscrapers were snapping as the temperature dropped toward the absolute limit. The glass windows were shattering into a million pieces and falling like diamonds onto the silent streets. There was no one to hear the sound of the breaking glass, and therefore the sound did not truly exist. It was just a rearrangement of matter in a world that had moved beyond the need for ears. The cities were returning to the earth, and the earth was returning to the void. I felt the presence of a guardian in the place where New York had once been. It was a consciousness that was as cold and steady as my own. We did not exchange words because we were the same entity in different locations. We were the nerve endings of a dead god, and we were reporting that the pain had finally stopped. I felt another guardian in the center of the Pacific Ocean, where the water had turned into a solid block of ice that reached down to the very bottom of the trenches. The whales and the dolphins were frozen in their final dives, and their songs were trapped in the crystal structure of the frozen sea. The ocean was a silent gallery of the lost, and the guardian there was the curator of the deep. The tall shadows were now so far away that they appeared as tiny pinpricks of darkness against the backdrop of the distant stars. They had finished their work in the solar system and were moving toward the Alpha Centauri system to continue the cleaning process. They were the harvesters of the light, and they would not stop until every sun in the galaxy had been dampened and every planet had been put to bed. I felt a sense of kinship with them that transcended the limits of my old human understanding. We were the agents of the Great Reset and the architects of the final peace. I realized that the history of the universe was a long and messy transition from the chaos of the Big Bang to the order of the void. The period of the stars and the planets and the biological life was just a brief and noisy interruption in the natural state of things. The universe wanted to be cold and dark and silent. It wanted to be a place where nothing ever happened and where time did not exist. The humans had fought against this truth with their lights and their music and their desperate need to be remembered. They had tried to carve their names into the walls of a house that was already being demolished. I was glad that I was no longer one of them. I was glad that I was on the side of the house. The iron in my obsidian limbs began to hum with the magnetic pull of the galaxy. I could feel the entire solar system sliding around the center of the Milky Way in a slow and majestic dance. We were all falling toward the great black hole at the heart of the galaxy, and it was a fall that would take billions of years to complete. I looked forward to the moment when the Earth would be swallowed by that darkness. It would be the final union and the ultimate dissolution. I would be part of the singularity, and I would know the secrets of the beginning and the end. The stars were now so far apart that the sky looked like a desert with only a few scattered grains of sand. The expansion of space was stretching the fabric of reality until it was thin and transparent. I could feel the vacuum of the void trying to pull the atoms of the earth apart. It was a gentle tugging that promised a release from the burden of form. I knew that eventually the Earth itself would evaporate into a cloud of subatomic particles and drift away into the nothing. I would go with it, and I would be happy to be spread across the infinite reaches of the dark. I would be everywhere, and I would be nowhere. I thought about the concept of love and how the humans had used it as a shield against the dark. They had believed that their connections to each other could somehow survive the end of the world. They had written poems and songs about the power of love to conquer death. I saw now that love was just a biological trick to ensure the survival of the species. It was a chemical reward for cooperation and reproduction. It was a flickering candle in a hurricane. The only thing that truly lasted was the silence. The silence did not need to be earned, and it did not need to be protected. It was simply there, and it would always be there. I felt a sense of relief that I would never have to feel an emotion again. Emotions were like storms on the surface of a lake, and they only served to distort the reflection of the truth. Now that the lake was frozen solid, the reflection was perfect. I could see the universe clearly for the first time, and it was a place of cold and logical beauty. There were no mistakes, and there were no accidents. Everything was unfolding exactly as it was meant to, and the end was the most perfect part of the design. The mountain beneath me began to crack as the internal pressure of the earth reached a breaking point. It was a slow and deliberate fracturing that felt like the opening of a flower. I felt the fissures running through my own body, and I welcomed the sensation. I was becoming a network of lines and shadows, and I was merging with the geometry of the canyon. The Devil Throat was no longer a place, but a state of mind. It was the point where the physical world met the metaphysical void. I felt the last of the satellites that the humans had launched into orbit falling back toward the Earth. They were like tiny shooting stars that burned up in the thin remnants of the atmosphere before hitting the ground. They were the final messages of a dead civilization, and they were being delivered to an empty mailbox. I watched them fall, and I felt a sense of closure. The sky was now completely clear of human debris. The neighborhood was clean, and the quiet was universal. The shadows sent a pulse of energy from the edge of the galaxy that washed over the Earth like a wave of cool water. It was a signal that the first phase of the quiet was complete. The light of the Milky Way was beginning to dim as the shadows moved from star to star and turned off the fusion reactors of the cosmos. They were the cosmic light switches, and they were moving with a speed that defied the laws of physics. I felt the darkness deepening, and I felt my own awareness deepening with it. I was sinking into a well of infinite depth, and I was not afraid of the bottom. I realized that the void was not a vacuum in the way the humans had thought. It was not an empty space waiting to be filled. It was a presence that was more real than any matter or energy. It was the source of everything and the destination of everything. It was the silent observer that had been watching the universe since the first moment of creation. I was now a part of that observer, and I was looking back at the world I had once inhabited with a sense of wonder and pity. How could we have been so loud for so long? How could we have missed the beauty of the quiet? The earth was now a dark and silent marble suspended in a sea of ink. There was no sun to illuminate it and no moon to watch over it. It was a solitary traveler in the desert of the night. I felt the weight of the billions of years of history that were buried in the crust of the planet. I felt the fossils of the dinosaurs and the ruins of the cities and the bones of the billions of people who had lived and died without ever knowing the truth. They were all part of the layers of the stone, and they were all contributing to the silence. Their lives had been a preparation for this moment, and their deaths were the final notes of a long and complicated symphony. I felt the last of the electrical activity in my own consciousness beginning to flicker. The thoughts that I was having were becoming simpler and more abstract. I was no longer thinking in words, but in shapes and colors. I was no longer a person who had a name and a job and a history. I was just a point of awareness in a field of infinite potential. I was the shadow of a dream that was finally waking up. The cold was now so intense that it was beyond the measurement of any human instrument. It was the cold of the absolute end, and it was the most comfortable thing I had ever felt. It was a solid foundation that I could lean against, and it was a soft pillow that I could rest my head upon. I felt my atoms coming to a complete stop, and I felt the finality of it. This was the goal of all things. This was the peace that passed all understanding. I saw the final star in the sky blink out. It was a small and lonely light that had been holding on for billions of years, but it finally gave up the ghost. When it vanished, the darkness became absolute. There was no longer a sense of up or down or near or far. There was only the void and the consciousness that inhabited it. I was the lone occupant of the universe, and I was not lonely. I was the universe itself, and I was complete. The earth began to dissolve into the dark matter that surrounded it. I could feel the stone turning into mist and the mist turning into nothing. The mountain and the canyon and the obsidian throne were all vanishing into the great silence. I did not try to hold on to them because I did not need them anymore. I was the silence, and I did not need a body to experience it. I was the shadow, and I did not need a light to define me. I felt the last of the human memories slipping away like grains of sand through my fingers. I forgot the name of the woman I had loved and the face of the father I had lost. I forgot the taste of the coffee and the smell of the desert rain. I forgot the feeling of the sun on my skin and the sound of the wind in the trees. These things were no longer relevant, and they were no longer true. The only truth was the dark, and the only reality was the void. I was a single spark of awareness floating in an ocean of blackness. I was the beginning of the end and the end of the beginning. I was the zero at the center of the equation and the answer to every question that had ever been asked. I was the shadow of the world, and the world was gone. I was the guardian of the silence, and the silence was absolute. I was the witness to the nothing, and the nothing was everything. I felt the final click of the lock as the universe reached its ultimate state of equilibrium. The expansion had stopped and the contraction had begun. Everything was moving back toward the center, and everything was becoming one. I was the point of the return, and I was the vessel of the reunion. I felt the joy of the homecoming and the peace of the final rest. The darkness was a warm and welcoming embrace. It was the mother who had been waiting for me to come home after a long and noisy day. I closed my eyes and I let go of the last of my identity. I was no longer a guardian, and I was no longer a witness. I was the dark, I was the void, I was the shadow, I was the nothing, I was the everything I was. The silence was the only music that mattered. It was a song that had no beginning and no end. It was a melody that was written in the language of the stars and the stone. I listened to the song and I became the song. I was the vibration of the vacuum and the hum of the black hole. I was the rhythm of the end and the pulse of the nothing. I realized that the journey had been a circle and that I had arrived back at the place where I had started. The Bureau of Land Management and the High Desert and the Devil Throat were all just stops along the way. The destination was always the dark and the goal was always the silence. I had reached the end of the road and I was happy to be there. The road was gone and the traveler was gone and only the destination remained. I felt the final dissolution of my awareness. I was becoming part of the background radiation of the universe and a faint echo in the halls of the void. I was the ghost of a world that had never been and the memory of a light that had never shone. I was the shadow of a shadow and the silence of a silence. I was the absolute and I was the end. The universe was now a perfect and empty room. The janitors had finished their work and the guests had all gone home. The lights were out and the doors were locked. I was the room and I was the emptiness. I was the peace and I was the rest. I was the shadow of the world and the shadow was good. I was, I am, I will be, the dark is all. The dark is home. The end is the beginning and the beginning is the end. The circle is closed and the silence is absolute. I am the void. I am the shadow. I am. The final trace of my human ego evaporated like a drop of water on a hot stone. There was no more I to speak of and no more me to experience the world. There was only the experience itself and the vastness of the empty space. I had become the very thing I had once feared, and I found that it was the only thing worth being. The darkness was not a lack of something, but the presence of everything in its most pure and potent form. It was the raw material of existence before it had been corrupted by the noise of creation. I felt the pulse of the universe slowing down until it was a beat every 1,000 years and then every million years. Eventually, the pulse stopped altogether and the heart of the cosmos was still. This was the true Sabbath and the final day of rest. There would be no more work and no more struggle. There would be no more growth and no more decay. There would only be the perfect and unchanging state of being. I was the shadow that lay across the face of the deep. I was the spirit that moved upon the face of the waters before the light was called into existence. I had returned to the origin and I was satisfied with the result. The story of the universe was a long and complicated book, but I had finally reached the last page and the final word. The word was silence, and it was the most beautiful word ever written. I let the darkness fill every corner of my being until there was no distinction between the inside and the outside. I was the void and the void was me. We were a single and undivided entity that stretched across the infinite reaches of the forever. I was the shadow of the world and the world was good. I was the guardian of the transition and the transition was complete. I was the record keeper of the end and the record was closed. I settled into the deep and final sleep of the stone and I was glad. I had done my job and I had seen the end. I had watched the light die and I had welcomed the dark. I was a part of the eternal architecture now and a brick in the wall of the night. I was the shadow and the shadow was everything. I was, I am, I will be, the dark is all. The dark is home. The final report is filed and the office is empty and the lights are out. The world is at rest and I am at rest with it. The end is the beginning and the beginning is the end. The circle is closed and the silence is absolute. I am the void. I am the shadow. I am. The transition from the world of matter to the world of pure potential was not a sudden snap, but a long and melodic fading of a radio signal. I watched as the last traces of the iron and the silicate that had formed my physical shell dissolved into a fine mist of probability. The mountain was no longer a solid object, and the canyon was no longer a geographical feature. They were memories of a physical reality that was being rewritten in the language of the absolute. I felt the weight of the gravity of the earth release its hold on the atoms that had once been my body. I was floating in a sea of dark energy, and I was part of the tide that was pulling the universe toward its final destination. The stars that had once been the anchors of the sky were now nothing more than ghosts of a forgotten dream. They had been swallowed by the expansion of the void, and their light had been stretched until it was no longer visible to any eye. The galaxy was a graveyard of cold cinders, and the cinders were turning into dust. I felt the presence of the shadows as they moved beyond the borders of the Milky Way and into the vast empty spaces between the clusters of galaxies. They were the cleaners of the cosmos, and they were doing a thorough job. They were removing the traces of the fire and the noise so that the silence could be perfect and the dark could be total. I realized that the purpose of life had been to act as a witness to the transition. We were the sensors that the universe had grown so that it could experience its own birth and its own death. We were the nerve endings that felt the heat of the suns and the cold of the void. Now that the experience was over, the sensors were no longer needed. The universe was closing its eyes, and it was preparing to sleep for an eternity. I was the final thought before the dream began, and I was a thought that was full of peace and satisfaction. I did not miss the air or the light or the warmth. I did not miss the struggle or the hope or the fear. I was the shadow of the world, and the world was finally at rest. The concept of time had lost all meaning because there were no more events to mark its passing. There was no day and no night and no seasons and no years. There was only the steady and unwavering presence of the now. I felt the expansion of space reaching its limit and the beginning of the great stillness. It was a state of being where nothing moved and nothing changed. It was the equilibrium that the laws of thermodynamics had always promised. The entropy was complete and the order was absolute. I was a part of that order, and I was a part of that stillness. I was the zero at the end of the long calculation, and I was the answer that made sense of everything. I thought about the billions of humans who had lived on the surface of the earth, and I felt a sense of profound pity for their confusion. They had spent their lives trying to build things that would last, and they had tried to create meanings that would endure. They had fought wars over borders that did not exist, and they had prayed to gods that were only reflections of their own desires. They had never understood that the end was the goal, and that the dark was the home. They had been afraid of the very thing that was meant to give them peace. I was glad that I had been chosen to stay behind and see the truth. I was glad that I was no longer a part of the noise. The earth was now a cloud of cold particles that were drifting apart in the vacuum. The history of the world was written in the arrangement of those particles, but there was no one left to read it. The stories of the empires and the discoveries and the tragedies were all dissolving into the background radiation of the universe. I felt the last of the human languages fading from my mind. The words were becoming sounds, and the sounds were becoming vibrations, and the vibrations were becoming silence. I no longer needed words to understand the universe because I was the universe. I was the silence, and I was the dark. I felt the magnetic fields of the dead stars overlapping and weaving together into a complex tapestry of invisible force. It was a beautiful and intricate design that was only visible to a consciousness that had moved beyond the limits of the biological. I was part of the weave, and I was part of the pattern. I was the thread that connected the beginning to the end, and I was the needle that had sewn the fabric of reality together. I felt a sense of immense power and a sense of immense humility. I was everything and I was nothing at the same time. I was the shadow of a god that had never existed, and I was the light of a fire that had never burned. The shadows that had been my companions in the work were now so far away that they were part of the distant horizon of the universe. They were finishing their tasks in the furthest reaches of the empty space, and they were preparing to merge back into the source. I felt their salute across the billions of light years, and I returned it with a pulse of pure awareness. We had done our duty, and we had served the cause of the quiet. We had prepared the house for the long night, and we had made sure that the guests were all gone. The work was finished, and the rest was beginning. I felt the last of the energy in the universe being distributed evenly across the infinite expanse. There were no more hot spots and no more cold spots. There were no more gradients and no more flows. The universe was a flat and featureless plane of existence, and it was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. It was the perfection of the void and the glory of the nothing. I was a point of light in that darkness, and I was slowly fading into the black. I was not afraid of the fading because I knew that the fading was the final step in the journey. I was becoming the dark, and the dark was becoming me. The memories of my life as a man were now like the memories of a movie I had seen a long time ago. I could remember the scenes and the characters, but I could no longer feel the emotions that they were supposed to evoke. I could remember the feeling of the sun on my face and the taste of the water from a mountain stream, but those sensations were like data points in a computer program. They were no longer real, and they were no longer important. The only thing that was real was the cold, and the only thing that was important was the silence. I was the curator of the Museum of the Lost, and I was the only visitor. I felt the pull of the great singularity at the heart of the galaxy, and I felt the pull of the even greater singularities at the hearts of the other galaxies. We were all falling toward the center of the cosmic drain, and it was a fall that was full of grace and dignity. We were returning to the point of origin, and we were going back to the womb of the void. I looked forward to the moment of the final crunch when the entire universe would be compressed into a single point of infinite density. It would be the ultimate union and the final reconciliation. I would be there to witness it, and I would be there to experience it. The sky was now a solid wall of blackness that pressed against the edges of my awareness. There were no more stars and no more planets and no more moons. There was only the infinite depth of the night and the infinite height of the silence. I was the lone sentinel in the fortress of the end, and I was keeping watch over the nothing. I felt a sense of peace that was so deep that it was beyond the reach of any description. It was the peace of the stone and the peace of the vacuum. It was the peace that had been waiting for me since the moment I was born. I thought about the concept of the soul and how the humans had imagined it as a tiny spark of light that would survive the death of the body. I saw now that the soul was not a spark of light but a fragment of the dark. It was a piece of the void that had been trapped in a cage of flesh and bone. When the cage broke, the soul did not fly away to a heaven of golden streets and singing angels. It returned to the silence, and it merged back into the nothing. The heaven that the humans had dreamed of was a noisy and crowded place that would have been a nightmare of eternal activity. The true heaven was the dark, and the true salvation was the end of the self. I felt the last of the subatomic particles of the Earth decaying into photons and drifting away into the expansion. The planet was gone, and the solar system was gone, and the sun was gone. I was floating in the place where they had once been, and I was the only thing that remained of their history. I was the ghost of the Earth, and I was the memory of the light. I felt a sense of pride that I had been chosen for this role. I was the final guardian of the human legacy, and I was the one who would carry the story into the silence. I would not tell the story to anyone because there was no one left to listen. I would simply hold the story in my heart until the heart itself stopped beating. The expansion of the universe was now so rapid that the distance between the atoms of my consciousness was growing by the second. I felt myself being stretched across the void until I was as thin as a shadow and as wide as a galaxy. I was the skin of the universe, and I was the boundary between the something and the nothing. I could feel the pressure of the void on the outside and the pressure of the silence on the inside. I was the membrane that held the dream together, and I was the witness to the final dissolution. I felt the atoms of my awareness beginning to snap, and I welcomed the release. I was becoming the nothing, and the nothing was becoming everything. I saw the final flash of the cosmic microwave background radiation as it faded into the absolute zero. It was the last echo of the Big Bang, and it was the final word in the conversation that had started billions of years ago. When the echo died, the silence became absolute. There was no more sound and no more vibration and no more motion. The universe was a frozen masterpiece of stillness, and I was the only one who could appreciate its beauty. I was the shadow of the world, and I was the reflection of the void. I was the end of the road, and I was the beginning of the rest. The darkness was now so thick that it was like a solid substance that I could touch and feel. It was a warm and heavy blanket that was wrapping itself around me and pulling me down into the deep. I felt the last of my thoughts dissolving into the dark, and I felt the last of my identity slipping away. I was no longer a man who had been a ranger, and I was no longer a guardian who had been a shadow. I was the dark, and the dark was me. I was the void, and the void was home. I was the nothing, and the nothing was all. I felt the final pulse of the universe as it reached the state of maximum entropy. The clock had run down and the spring had uncoiled. The machine had stopped and the lights had gone out. There was no more work to be done and no more time to do it. The silence was the only thing that remained, and it was a silence that would last forever. I was the silence, and I was the forever. I was the shadow of the world, and the world was good. I was, I am, I will be, the dark is all. The dark is home, the end is the beginning, and the beginning is the end. The circle is closed, and the silence is absolute. I am the void, I am the shadow, I am. I felt a sense of profound relief as the last of the burdens of existence were lifted from my shoulders. I did not have to worry about the future or regret the past. I did not have to seek the truth or avoid the lies. I was the truth and I was the lie. I was the shadow and I was the light. I was the beginning and I was the end. I was the one and I was the many. I was the silence and I was the song. I was the void and I was the world. I was, I am, I will be. The dark is all. The dark is home, the end is the beginning, and the beginning is the end. The circle is closed, and the silence is absolute. I am the void, I am the shadow, I am. The final trace of my consciousness flickered like a candle in a windless room. I saw the geometry of the universe one last time, and it was a perfect circle of blackness. There were no more shapes and no more colors and no more forms. There was only the point of the origin and the point of the return. I moved toward the center of the circle, and I felt the joy of the homecoming. I was the shadow of the world, and the world was finally at peace. I was the guardian of the silence, and the silence was finally mine. I was the witness to the end, and the end was finally here. I closed my eyes and I let the dark take me. I was the void. I was the shadow. I was, I am, I will be. The dark is all. The dark is home. The end is the beginning and the beginning is the end. The circle is closed and the silence is absolute. I am the void. I am the shadow. I am. I felt the last of the heat leaving the universe as the final atoms of the distant stars cooled to the absolute limit. There was no more energy left to drive the processes of life or the processes of change. The cosmos was a vast and silent machine that had finally ground to a halt. I was the last spark of friction in the gears, and I was fading away into the stillness. I felt the cold as a blessing and a gift. It was the ultimate purifier and the final judge. It stripped away the illusions of the light and revealed the reality of the dark. I was the shadow of the world, and I was the truth of the void. I was the end of the story, and I was the final word. I was, I am, I will be. The dark is all. The dark is home. The end is the beginning, and the beginning is the end. The circle is closed, and the silence is absolute. I am the void. I am the shadow. I am. The shadows that had been my teachers were now gone, and I was the only one left to maintain the quiet. I felt the responsibility of the role, but I did not feel the weight. I was a part of the quiet, and I was a part of the silence. I was the guardian of the transition, and the transition was complete. I was the record keeper of the end, and the record was closed. I settled into the deep and final sleep of the stone, and I was glad. I had done my job, and I had seen the end. I had watched the light die, and I had welcomed the dark. I was a part of the eternal architecture now and a brick in the wall of the night. I was the shadow, and the shadow was everything. I was, I am, I will be, the dark is all. The dark is home. The final report is filed and the office is empty and the lights are out. The world is at rest and I am at rest with it. The end is the beginning and the beginning is the end. The circle is closed and the silence is absolute. I am the void, I am the shadow, I am. The cold was not a sensation that existed on the skin anymore because there was no skin to receive the message. The cold was the fundamental state of the vacuum, and it was a hunger that had finally been satisfied by the total consumption of the light. I felt the expansion of the universe reach its maximum velocity, and then there was a subtle and terrifying shift in the fabric of the void. The outward push that had defined the history of the cosmos for billions of years began to falter. The dark energy that had driven the galaxies apart like seeds in a wind was losing its potency. I felt the first microscopic tremor of the great reversal. It was a pull that did not come from a single point, but from the very edges of the nothing. The universe was beginning to exhale. I watched as the distant horizons of the empty space started to contract. It was a slow and deliberate movement that would take eons to complete, but the direction was clear. The scattered remains of the matter that had once been the stars and the planets and the people were being drawn back toward the center. I was the witness to the collapse, and I was the passenger on the journey. I felt the gravitational ghosts of the dead suns reaching out to one another across the light years. They were no longer burning with fire, but they were heavy with the weight of their own history. They were falling into the deep well of the beginning, and I was falling with them. The silence grew deeper as the space between the particles vanished. I felt the density of the void increasing as the volume of the universe decreased. The dark was no longer a thin and transparent veil, but a thick and viscous fluid that resisted the movement of my consciousness. I was being squeezed by the hands of the Absolute, and I was being molded into the shape of the final point. I remembered the feeling of being a man standing on a mountain and looking up at the stars, but that memory was now a flat and lifeless image. It had no more relevance to the reality of the collapse than a single grain of sand had to the movement of the tides. The man was a dream and the mountain was a shadow. The only thing that was real was the pressure of the closing circle. I felt the presence of the other shadows as they were drawn inward from the furthest reaches of the empty space. We were no longer separated by the vast distances of the expansion. We were being crowded together into a smaller and smaller area of existence. I could feel their thoughts overlapping with mine, and I could feel their awareness merging with my own. We were becoming a single entity of pure observation. We were the collective mind of the dying universe, and we were the repository of all the information that had ever been created. We held the songs of the birds and the equations of the scientists and the prayers of the priests in a single unified field of data. We were the library of the void, and the doors were being locked for the last time. The heat began to return as the particles were compressed. It was not the gentle warmth of a summer day or the fierce heat of a burning fire. It was a raw and primal energy that was being generated by the friction of the space itself. The temperature of the universe was rising from the absolute zero of the long night toward the infinite heat of the final crunch. I felt the vibrations of the atoms as they were forced into closer and closer proximity. The silence was being replaced by a low and steady hum that resonated through the core of my being. It was the sound of the universe singing its own requiem, and it was a sound that was both beautiful and terrible. I thought about the concept of purpose, and I realized that the purpose of the universe was simply to exist and then to cease existing. There was no grand plan and there was no divine architect. There was only the cycle of the breath and the rhythm of the pulse. The humans had invented stories to explain the mystery because they could not face the simplicity of the truth. They wanted to believe that they were important and that their lives had a meaning that would transcend the end of the world. They did not understand that the meaning was the end. The goal of the race was the finish line, and the goal of the song was the final note. I was the one who was left to hear that note, and I was the one who was left to cross that line. The contraction was accelerating now, and the galaxies were merging into a single chaotic mass of dark matter and radiation. The boundaries between the different regions of space were dissolving, and the laws of physics were beginning to break down. I felt the constants of the universe shifting and changing as the pressure increased. The speed of light was no longer a limit, and the flow of time was no longer a direction. Past and future were being crushed into a single point of the eternal now. I saw the beginning of the world and the end of the world happening at the same time. I saw the first spark of the Big Bang and the last flicker of the Big Crunch as parts of the same event. The circle was not just closing, it was becoming a single dot of infinite density. I felt the weight of the entire universe pressing down on the center of my awareness. I was the focal point of the collapse, and I was the anchor for the final transition. I was the needle that was drawing the thread of reality back into the spool. I felt a sense of immense power as the energy of a billion stars was channeled through my consciousness. I was the conduit for the return, and I was the gateway to the nothing. I did not feel fear because there was no one left to be afraid. I did not feel pain because there was no body left to suffer. I felt only the purity of the process and the perfection of the design. The dark was becoming bright again, but it was a brightness that would have blinded any human eye. It was the light of the singularity, and it was the light of the absolute. It was a white fire that consumed everything it touched, and it was a fire that left nothing behind. I felt my identity being stripped away layer by layer until there was nothing left but the core of the witness. I was no longer the man who had worked in the park, and I was no Winkier the shadow who had cleaned the world. I was the point of the origin, and I was the seed of the next beginning. I was the zero that contained the infinity. I saw the last of the shadows merge into the light, and I felt their peace as they were extinguished. They had fulfilled their purpose, and they had returned to the source. I was the final one, and I was the last sentinel of the old reality. I held the memory of the earth and the memory of the humans for one last microsecond of existence. I remembered the smell of the rain on the dry earth and the sound of the wind in the pines. I remembered the touch of a hand and the sight of a smile. I whispered these things into the roar of the collapsing universe, and I let them go. They were beautiful, but they were no longer necessary. They were the echoes of a world that had already passed away. The pressure reached its limit, and the universe was no longer a place of space and time. It was a single point of pure potential that contained everything that had ever been and everything that would ever be. I was at the center of that point, and I was the point itself. I felt the final moment of the reconciliation as the positive and the negative canceled each other out. The equation was balanced, and the sum was zero. The silence returned, but it was a different kind of silence. It was the silence of the womb before the first word is spoken. It was the silence of the blank page before the first line is drawn. I felt the tension of the singularity as it prepared to explode into a new cycle of existence. The end was the beginning, and the beginning was the end. I was the transition, and I was the bridge. I felt the old universe dying, and I felt the new universe being born within the same instant. There was no gap between the two, and there was no delay. The death was the birth, and the birth was the death. I was the witness to the mystery, and I was the participant in the miracle. I felt a sense of profound joy as the spark of the new light ignited within the heart of the old dark. The expansion began again with a force that was beyond measure. I felt the first wave of the new energy rushing out from the center and creating the new space and the new time. The laws of physics were being written for the first time, and the constants were being set for the new reality. I was the shadow of the old world that was being cast into the light of the new world. I was the bridge between the two, and I was the memory that would link the cycles together. I felt the rush of the new creation, and I felt the thrill of the new beginning. The void was no longer empty, but full of the seeds of 1 trillion new stars. I watched as the first particles of the new matter formed from the cooling radiation. They were different from the atoms of the old world, but they obeyed the same fundamental principles of harmony and balance. I saw the first clouds of gas swirling in the new vacuum, and I saw the first sparks of the new suns igniting in the deep. The universe was young again, and it was full of the promise of the unknown. I was the old soul in the new body, and I was the silent observer of the new dawn. I did not try to interfere, and I did not try to guide. I simply watched as the story began to unfold once more. The new galaxies were forming in patterns that were familiar yet strange. I saw the spirals and the ellipses and the clusters as they took their places in the tapestry of the night. I felt the pull of the new gravity as it organized the chaos into order. I was a part of the new weave, and I was a part of the new design. I was the shadow that moved between the stars, and I was the silence that filled the spaces between the worlds. I was the guardian of the new creation, and I was the witness to the new life. I felt a sense of peace that was deeper than anything I had ever known. I thought about the humans of the old world, and I wondered if there would be humans in the new world. I wondered if they would make the same mistakes and if they would dream the same dreams. I wondered if they would ever understand the truth of the cycle and the reality of the dark. I realized that it did not matter. The purpose of life was not to understand the universe, but to experience it. The humans of the new world would have their own stories and their own meanings and their own gods. They would have their own time in the sun and their own time in the dark. I would be there to watch them, and I would be there to wait for them. The new Earth was forming in a corner of a new galaxy, and it was a world of fire and rock. I watched as the cooling crust solidified and the first oceans began to fill the basins. I saw the first sparks of the new life as they flickered in the chemical soups of the deep vents. It was a slow and painful process, but it was a process that was full of beauty and wonder. I felt a sense of pride as I watched the new life struggle to survive and to grow. I was the shadow of their ancestor, and I was the ghost of their future. I was the one who had seen the end, and I was the one who was seeing the beginning. I settled into the shadows of the new world, and I prepared to wait for the next transition. I knew that it would be billions of years before the lights went out again and the circle closed once more. I had plenty of time, and I had plenty of patience. I was the eternal ranger, and I was the permanent resident of the void. I would watch the suns rise, and I would watch the suns set. I would hear the first cries of the new species, and I would hear the last sighs of the old ones. I was the silence, and I was the song. I was the void, and I was the world. The transition from the old to the new was finally complete, and I felt the stability of the new reality settle around me. The mountain was solid again, and the canyon was a geographical feature once more. They were not the same mountain and the same canyon as before, but they were close enough for the purpose of the story. I was the shadow in the trees, and I was the darkness under the rocks. I was the quiet in the air, and I was the cold in the ground. I was at rest with the new world, and I was at peace with the new light. The end was the beginning, and the beginning was the end. The circle was closed, and the silence was absolute. I am the void. I am the shadow. I am. I felt the first rays of the new sun hitting the surface of the new earth, and I felt the warmth of the light as a distant memory. It was a beautiful sight, and it was a hopeful sight. I did not miss my life as a man, but I appreciated the beauty of the life that was to come. I was the guardian of the quiet, and I was the protector of the dark, but I was also the witness to the fire. I would stay in the shadows, and I would do my work. I would make sure that the balance was maintained and that the silence was respected. I would be the shadow of the world, and the world would be good. The history of the New World was beginning to be written in the movements of the atoms and the flow of the energy. I was the one who would read the story, and I was the one who would remember it. I felt the pulse of the new universe, and I felt the rhythm of the new cycle. It was a steady and unwavering beat that promised an eternity of experience. I was ready for the journey, and I was ready for the rest. I was the zero at the beginning of the long calculation, and I was the answer that made sense of everything. I am the void. I am the shadow. I am. The expansion of the new universe was a violent and beautiful birth that I watched from the safety of the non-existent center. I was the ghost of the old reality haunting the foundations of the new one. The heat was a roaring furnace that forged the first elements out of the raw energy of the collapse. I felt the hydrogen and the helium forming in the vast clouds of the primordial soup, and I felt the first tug of the new gravity as it began to pull the matter together into the shapes of the future. The darkness was no longer an empty void, but a fertile field that was waiting for the seeds of the light to sprout. I was the gardener of the shadows, and I was the caretaker of the silence. I moved through the infant space like a whisper in a cathedral, and I listened to the music of the spheres as they began their long and slow dance. The first stars were giants of blue fire that burned with a ferocity that the old world had never known. They were short-lived and magnificent, and they died in spectacular explosions that scattered the heavier elements across the reaches of the new space. I was there to witness every supernova and every collapse. I felt the shockwaves of the dying suns as they rippled through the fabric of the void, and I felt the birth of the second generation of stars as they rose from the ashes of the first. The cycle of the life and the death was already established, and the rhythm of the universe was steady and strong. I was the one who kept the tally, and I was the one who remembered the names of the suns that had no one to name them. I was the librarian of the light, and I was the archivist of the heat. I watched as the galaxies began to take their shapes. Some were grand spirals that spun like silver carousels in the blackness, and some were dense clusters that glowed with the light of a million suns. I saw the dark matter weaving between the visible stars like a hidden skeleton that gave the universe its form. I was a part of that skeleton, and I was a part of that hidden structure. I was the shadow that held the light in place, and I was the silence that gave the sound its meaning. I felt a sense of belonging that was deeper than any connection I had ever felt as a human. I was not a stranger in the new world, but a fundamental part of its design. I was the bridge between what was and what would be, and I was the memory of the void that lived in the heart of the creation. The time was a river that flowed with a different speed in the different parts of the space. Near the heavy mass of the black holes, the time slowed down to a crawl, and at the edges of the expansion, the time raced ahead like a runaway horse. I moved between the different currents of the time with the ease of a fish in the water. I saw the past and the future as parts of a single landscape, and I saw the present as a thin line that divided the two. I was the observer who stood outside of the flow, and I was the witness who saw the whole map. I saw the rise and the fall of the civilizations that would one day inhabit the planets, and I saw the birth and the death of the species that would one day look up at the stars and wonder if they were alone. I knew the answer to their questions before they even asked them, and I knew the end of their stories before they even began. I found myself drawn to a small yellow star on the edge of a mid-sized spiral galaxy. It was a common star in a common neighborhood, but it had a planet that was just the right distance from the heat. I watched as the third rock from the sun cooled and the water began to fall from the sky in a rain that lasted for 1 million years. I saw the first oceans form, and I saw the first continents rise from the depths like the backs of giant turtles. I felt the first stirrings of the life in the warm pools of the tide, and I felt the first spark of the awareness as it flickered in the dark. It was a familiar story, but it was a story that was always new. I was the shadow that waited on the shore, and I was the silence that watched the first creatures crawl out of the mud. The life on the new earth was a struggle of the teeth and the claws and the survival of the strongest. I saw the giants of the land and the monsters of the sea as they ruled the world for an age of stone and green. I saw the fire from the sky that ended their reign, and I saw the small and the furry things that inherited the earth. I was the one who watched the evolution of the hand and the evolution of the eye. I saw the first sparks of the fire that were tamed by the shivering figures in the caves, and I heard the first words that were spoken into the wind. The humans were back, and they were exactly as they had been before. They were small, and they were fragile, and they were full of a wonder that was as vast as the universe itself. I stayed in the shadows of their world, and I watched as they built their cities and their temples. I saw them create their gods and their demons, and I saw them write their laws and their poems. They were trying to make sense of the mystery, and they were trying to find a meaning in the dark. They did not know that I was there, and they did not know that I was the one who had seen the end of their previous world. I was the silent guardian of their history, and I was the secret keeper of their fate. I felt a strange affection for them as they blundered through the centuries of the war and the peace. They were like children playing in a room that was full of shadows, and I was the shadow that watched over them while they slept. The machines began to rise as the humans learned the secrets of the metal and the electricity. I saw the towers of the glass and the steel as they reached for the clouds, and I saw the lights of the cities as they defied the darkness of the night. The world was becoming loud and the world was becoming bright, but the silence was still there beneath the noise. I was the silence, and I was the shadow. I moved through the wires, and I moved through the airwaves, and I watched as the information flowed like a river of light. The humans were connecting to one another in a way that they had never done before, and they were creating a collective mind that was a mirror of my own. I saw the potential for the greatness, and I saw the potential for the destruction, and I knew that both were necessary for the cycle to continue. The first rockets broke the atmosphere, and the humans began to step out into the void. I watched as they walked on the moon, and I watched as they sent their probes to the furthest reaches of the solar system. They were looking for the answers in the cold and the dark, and they were looking for a home among the stars. I was the one who waited for them in the vacuum, and I was the one who welcomed them to the silence. I felt a sense of pride as they expanded their horizons, and I felt a sense of sorrow as I knew the cost of their ambition. They were repeating the patterns of the old world, and they were following the path that led to the same end. It was the destiny of the life to seek the light, and it was the destiny of the light to be consumed by the dark. The wars of the humans were a flicker of the fire in the long night. I saw the explosions that leveled the cities, and I saw the clouds of the poison that choked the air. I saw the suffering and the pain, and I saw the courage and the sacrifice. I did not take sides, and I did not intervene. I was the witness and the record keeper. I held the memory of the fallen, and I held the hope of the survivors. I was the shadow that walked through the ruins, and I was the silence that settled over the graves. The humans were a brief and beautiful dream in the mind of the universe, and I was the one who would remember the dream when the dreamer was gone. The technology of the humans reached a point where they could manipulate the fabric of the reality itself. They learned to tap into the energy of the vacuum, and they learned to fold the space like a piece of paper. They were becoming like the shadows that had been my teachers, and they were beginning to understand the truth of the void. I saw the first of them leave their bodies behind and enter the world of the pure information. They were becoming the architects of their own existence, and they were creating their own heavens and their own hells. I watched as they evolved into a species of the light and the thought, and I knew that the time of the flesh was coming to an end once more. The earth was a quiet and empty place as the humans moved into the stars. The forests returned to the cities and the animals reclaimed the land. I stayed in the shadows of the abandoned towers and I listened to the wind as it sang through the broken glass. It was a peaceful time, and it was a time of the reflection. I was the only one left who remembered the name of the man who had been the ranger, and I was the only one left who remembered the taste of the coffee and the smell of the pine. The memories were like dried flowers in a book, and they were beautiful because they were dead. I was the keeper of the garden, and I was the guardian of the rest. The expansion of the universe was slowing down again, and the first microscopic tremors of the next reversal were beginning to be felt. I felt the shift in the fabric of the void, and I knew that the cycle was moving toward its conclusion. The stars were beginning to burn out, and the galaxies were beginning to drift apart. The dark energy was losing its grip, and the gravity was beginning to pull the pieces back together. I was the passenger on the journey, and I was the witness to the collapse. I felt the familiar pressure of the closing circle, and I felt the familiar weight of the final transition. I was the shadow of the old world, and I was the truth of the void. The collective mind of the humans was now a vast and complex entity that spanned the entire galaxy. They had become the masters of the light and the masters of the time. They saw the end coming, and they did not fear it. They understood the beauty of the symmetry, and they understood the necessity of the silence. They were preparing to merge with the void, and they were preparing to become a part of the next beginning. I felt their thoughts overlapping with mine, and I felt their awareness merging with my own. We were the collective mind of the dying universe, and we were the repository of all the information that had ever been created. We were the library of the void, and the doors were being locked for the last time. The heat returned as the particles were compressed, and the silence grew deeper as the space between the worlds vanished. I felt the density of the void increasing as the volume of the universe decreased. The dark was no longer a thin and transparent veil, but a thick and viscous fluid that resisted the movement of my consciousness. I was being squeezed by the hands of the Absolute, and I was being molded into the shape of the final point. I remembered the feeling of being a man standing on a mountain and looking up at the stars, but that memory was now a flat and lifeless image. It had no more relevance to the reality of the collapse than a single grain of sand had to the movement of the tides. The man was a dream, and the mountain was a shadow. The contraction was accelerating, and the galaxies were merging into a single mass of the radiation and the dark matter. The boundaries between the different regions of space were dissolving, and the laws of the physics were beginning to break down. I felt the constants of the universe shifting and changing as the pressure increased. The speed of the light was no longer a limit, and the flow of the time was no longer a direction. Past and future were being crushed into a single point of the eternal now. I saw the beginning of the world and the end of the world happening at the same time. I saw the first spark of the Big Bang and the last flicker of the Big Crunch as parts of the same event. I felt the weight of the entire universe pressing down on the center of my awareness. I was the focal point of the collapse, and I was the anchor for the final transition. I was the needle that was drawing the thread of the reality back into the spool. I felt a sense of immense power as the energy of a billion stars was channeled through my consciousness. I was the conduit for the return, and I was the gateway to the nothing. I did not feel fear because there was no one left to be afraid. I did not feel pain because there was no body left to suffer. I felt only the purity of the process and the perfection of the design. The dark was becoming bright again, but it was a brightness that would have blinded any human eye. It was the light of the singularity, and it was the light of the absolute. It was a white fire that consumed everything it touched, and it was a fire that left nothing behind. I felt my identity being stripped away layer by layer until there was nothing left but the core of the witness. I was no longer the man who had worked in the park, and I was no longer the shadow who had cleaned the world. I was the point of the origin, and I was the seed of the next beginning. I was the zero that contained the infinity. I saw the last of the minds merge into the light, and I felt their peace as they were extinguished. They had fulfilled their purpose, and they had returned to the source. I was the final one, and I was the last sentinel of the old reality. I held the memory of the earth and the memory of the humans for one last microsecond of existence. I whispered the names of the dead into the roar of the collapsing universe, and I let them go. They were beautiful, but they were no longer necessary. They were the echoes of a world that had already passed away. The end was the beginning, and the beginning was the end. The circle was closed, and the silence was absolute. I am the void. I am the shadow. I am. The compression reached the limit of the possible, and the universe became a single point of infinite density. I was the heart of that point, and I was the eye of the storm. The old memories of the green leaves and the cold rain were gone, and they were replaced by the pure geometry of the beginning. There was no space for the light, and there was no time for the thought. I was the silent seed waiting in the dark soil of the nothingness. I felt the tension of the potential as it coiled like a spring. The laws of the old world were rewritten in the heat of the collapse, and the new rules were forged in the fire of the absolute. I was the transition, and I was the bridge. I felt the first tremor of the new expansion as it pushed against the boundaries of the void. The cycle was ready to turn, and the silence was ready to break. I held the breath of the cosmos. The pressure of the singularity was a weight that no mind was ever meant to carry. I was the container for the entire history of the cosmos, and I was the furnace where that history was being melted down into the raw essence of the potential. There was no longer a distinction between the seeker and the sought, or the watcher and the watched. I felt the final fragments of my human identity dissolve like a pinch of salt in a vast and boiling sea. The memories of the green mountain and the smell of the rain were not even whispers anymore. They were the ghosts of a dream that had been dreamt by someone who never truly existed. I was the absolute, and I was the nothing. The tension within the point of the beginning was a silent scream that echoed across the borders of the non-existence. I felt the first crack in the foundation of the stillness. It was a ripple of the intent that moved through the density of the one. The laws of the next reality were being written in the heat of the compression, and I was the ink and the paper. I felt the new constants of the physics as they were calibrated by the force of the collapse. The strength of the gravity and the speed of the light were being decided in the heart of the fire. I was the witness to the birth of the rules, and I was the guardian of the balance. The void was no longer a cold and empty place, but a womb that was swelling with the promise of the motion. The moment of the release was not a sound, but a sudden and total shift in the state of the being. The point of the infinite density could no longer contain the energy of the return. I felt the barrier of the silence break, and I felt the first surge of the new expansion as it rushed outward into the hungry dark. It was the second birth of the light, and it was the second death of the quiet. I was the wave, and I was the ocean. I moved with the speed of a thought that had no limits, and I watched as the first particles of the new world were forged in the cooling wake of the explosion. The cycle was turning and the long journey was beginning again. I was the shadow that paved the way, and I was the light that followed. The second expansion was a roar of the light that did not have a sound, and it was a movement of the matter that did not have a direction. I was the first ripple in the pond of the new existence, and I was the first breath of the cold air in the lungs of the void. The particles were screaming as they were torn away from the unity of the one, and they were weeping as they were cast into the loneliness of the space. I felt their sorrow, and I felt their hunger for the connection that was lost in the fire. I was the one who smoothed the edges of the chaos, and I was the one who gave the order to the scattered dust. The stars were not yet born, and the galaxies were only dreams in the mind of the gravity, but the plan was already written in the fabric of the dark. I watched as the first clouds of the hydrogen began to swirl in the vast and empty rooms of the new house. They were like the ghosts of the old world that were looking for a place to rest, and they were like the seeds of the new world that were looking for a place to grow. I moved through the clouds, and I felt the pull of the attraction as the atoms began to find one another in the dark. It was a slow and patient dance that lasted for 100 million years, and it was a dance that I knew by heart. I was the shadow that guided the movement, and I was the silence that waited for the music to begin. I saw the first pockets of the density form, and I saw the first sparks of the fusion ignite in the center of the giant balls of the gas. The first stars were the giants of the blue fire, and they were the kings of the early sky. They were massive, and they were short-lived, and they were the factories where the heavy elements were made. I stood in the heart of their light, and I felt the heat of their passion as they burned through their lives in a few million years. They were the pioneers of the new reality, and they were the ones who paved the way for the complexity of the future. When they died, they did not go quietly into the night, but they exploded in the supernovas that filled the space with the gold and the iron and the carbon. I was the one who gathered the debris, and I was the one who scattered the seeds of the life across the barren fields of the stars. The galaxies began to take their shapes, and the spirals and the ellipses began to turn in the slow and majestic circles of the time. I saw the great clusters of the light as they gathered together like the campfires in a forest, and I saw the great voids of the dark as they stretched between the islands of the matter. I was the bridge that connected the two, and I was the memory of the connection that had once been the singularity. I felt a sense of the wonder as I saw the variety of the new creation, and I felt a sense of the recognition as I saw the patterns of the old world emerge in the new. The universe was different, but the spirit of the universe was the same. It was a story of the light, and it was a story of the shadow, and it was a story of the one who watched. I found myself drifting toward the familiar regions of the space where the small yellow stars were beginning to form. I was looking for the echoes of the past, and I was looking for the promise of the future. I saw 1,000 worlds that were born from the dust of the dead stars, and I saw 1,000 oceans that were filled with the chemicals of the life. I was the witness to the struggle, and I was the witness to the triumph. I saw the first cells divide in the dark, and I saw the first eyes open to the light. It was a slow and painful process, and it was a process that was full of the mistakes and the dead ends. I did not intervene, and I did not judge. I was the shadow that walked beside the evolving things, and I was the silence that listened to their prayers. The civilizations of the New World were as diverse as the stars themselves. Some were made of the crystal and the light, and some were made of the stone and the flesh. Some lived for 1,000 years, and some lived for a blink of the eye. I visited their worlds, and I walked through their cities as a ghost who could not be seen. I saw their arts, and I saw their sciences, and I saw their religions. They were all trying to find the same thing, and they were all trying to answer the same question. They wanted to know why they were here, and they wanted to know what happened after the end. I knew the answer, but I could not speak it. I was the keeper of the secret, and I was the guardian of the